Meeting to order. Thank you for being here, and I'd like to recognize our deputies of the day. Corporal Clyde Thornton, Deputy Mike Winnick, who is a great man, but he's also a Red Sox fan. And we won't hold that against you. And Deputy Victoria Henderson, thank you for your service. Our invocation will be led by Commissioner Peters, followed by the pledge from Commissioner Scott.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us engage in meaningful discussion, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bonds of the community. We pray for wisdom, for strength, for courage to do what is right and good for all citizens. May we put the interest of others above our own. May we act with love for the common good. May we be good to neighbors, recognizing your image in every person here. Amen.
I apologize. Please remain standing for a moment of silence in honor of former County Administrator Fred Marcus, who recently passed away. Thank you. With yesterday's countywide celebrations in recognition of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, today we would like to recognize and thank Pastor Clem Bell of Shiloh Baptist Church in Dunedin. Pastor Bell has been serving as pastor at Shiloh Baptist Church since 1991, and in 2008, Pastor Bell was instrumental in the establishment of the first celebration of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day in Dunedin. We want to acknowledge and commemorate the pastor's efforts as he continues his pious work and community service, spreading the teachings of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Thank you very much, Pastor.
Good morning. I would like to read the proclamation that we have for you today. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. devoted his life to advancing equality, social justice, and opportunity for all, and challenged all Americans to participate in the never-ending work of building a more perfect and just union. And whereas Dr. King's teachings continue to guide and inspire us in addressing challenges and injustice within our communities, including educational opportunity, academic achievement, economic empowerment, and the elimination of poverty. And whereas millions of Americans have honored the life and the legacy of Dr. King by serving their neighbors and communities on this holiday through service, projects that are organized by various nonprofits, community, public and private organizations, and whereas the county recognizes that the legacy of Dr. King lives on through the tremendous work of many community organizations. And today, we thank Pastor Bell for his continued work and efforts spreading the teachings of Dr. King to all. We thank you. Would you like to say anything? Give a pastor a mic.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Praise the Lord. We want to give special thanks to the United States of America, especially those that operate in Washington. For it had not been for them, we would not be having this celebration. They the one made King birthday a national holiday. So we are grateful for that. That's a lot of progress. we thank the state of Florida for embracing the idea of King celebrating his birthday. Then special thanks go to Pinellas County for the work that you have done in recognizing the work of Dr. King and honoring this celebration of his birthday. And you have done a tremendous job doing that. And unlike Dr. King, I don't have no dream. I have nightmares. And but I do have wishes. I have wishes. And one of my wishes is a few moments ago we done the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and there's a portion of it that says we are one nation under God. And see, we have not completely accomplished that, so we hope that we'll work on that one and get that completed. Because when you're under somebody, you do what they say do, right? All right. So I mean, it's a good thought, but we're not under God completely, because if we was under God, then a lot of things that took place, they would not take place. Then last but not least, it said we are a nation of liberty and justice for all. So I wish that we would work on those two, being liberty and justice for all. When I was a little boy between 5 years old and 7 years old, I had a wish, because I lived amongst places where I had to go in the back door and rejected from a lot of places. So during that little young period of time, sometimes I used to wish that I was a white guy. Why? Because they was white? No, I wish they was that because they got treated right. They got all the good stuff, so I had that wish. But later on, I found out that if you do good, you go to heaven and everybody's treated the same. So I no longer had that wish, but I do have these two wishes here, that we would be one nation under God, and that we would be of liberty and justice for all. God bless you. Lord keep you.
It's picture time. Can you stay for a picture?
Oh, okay.
Commissioners, can you come up front? Can I entertain a motion to move item number 40 to this part of the agenda? All right. We will now consider a resolution supporting the renaming of Bayside Bridge as the Dillinger-McCabe Bayside Bridge, honoring the extraordinary service of Robert Bob Dillinger and Bernard Bernie McCabe to Pinellas County in the state of Florida. Mr. Dillinger joined the office of the Public Defender for the 6th Judicial Circuit in 1976 as an assistant public defender. As a member of the Capital Crimes Defense Team, he helped publish Florida's first comprehensive death penalty training manual for defense attorneys. He was elected public defender in 1996 and served the Sixth Circuit from 1997 until his retirement in 2024. His career was marked by an exceptional recognition, including the Nelson Pointer Award, the 2011 Benjamin Franklin Distinguished Leadership Award, the 2012 Jane Schaefer Outstanding Homeless Advocate Award, and the 2013 President's Call to Service Award, and many others. Importantly, Mr. Dillinger pioneered initiative programs addressing mental health and substance abuse, expanded diversion opportunities, and led efforts to reduce recidivism. These initiatives changed countless lives and became a statewide model for defender services. Bernie McCabe devoted 48 years to public service in Florida. Beginning as an assistant state attorney, he was first elected Pinellas Pasco State Attorney in 1992 and served in that role for nearly 3 decades. Known for pairing firm prosecution with fairness and compassion, he was a trailblazer in creating specialized units focused on domestic violence, child abuse, and white-collar crime, while mentoring generations of attorneys and law enforcement professionals. He championed juvenile diversion programs that connected youth to community services rather than incarceration, and supported similar diversion efforts for adults accused of minor offenses. Prior to his passing in 2021, Bernie McCabe served as an adjunct professor and board of overseers, member at Stetson University College of Law, president of the Florida Prosecuting Attorneys Association, chair of multiple state and county boards, and was inducted into the Stetson College of Law Hall of Fame. The one served as state attorney and the other as public defender. These two leaders consistently worked together for the public good, strengthening our justice system, enhancing community safety, and upholding the dignity and rights of all. Their shared legacy reflects the highest ideals of public service and stands as a powerful example of collaboration and across roles in pursuit of justice worthy of our deepest respect. With that, I'll read the resolution. Whereas Robert Bob Dillinger served the citizens of Pinellas and Pasco counties with distinction as the elected public defender for the 6th Judicial Circuit of Florida for more than 2 decades, tirelessly advocating for justice, fairness, and the humane treatment of those accused of crimes. And whereas Bob Dillinger's leadership brought innovative programs addressing mental health and substance abuse, expanded diversion opportunities, and championed efforts to reduce recidivism, providing a model for defender services across the state. And whereas Bernard Bernie McCabe faithfully served as the elected state attorney for the 6th Judicial Circuit of Florida for more than 25 years, earning widespread respect for his dignity, dedication, and commitment to public safety in the pursuit of justice. And whereas Bernie McCabe was known for balancing firm prosecution with fairness and compassion, establishing specialized units to address domestic violence, child abuse, and white-collar crime, and mentoring generations of attorneys and law enforcement professionals. And whereas together, Bob Dillinger and Bernie McCabe embodied the highest ideals of public service, often collaborating to improve the justice system, enhance community safety, and protect the rights and dignity of all citizens. And whereas their long-standing partnership and mutual respect demonstrated that vigorous advocacy and principled prosecution can coexist to strengthen the fabric of our community. And whereas it is fitting to and proper that a major piece of infrastructure serving Pinellas County, the Bayside Bridge, be renamed to permanently commemorate their legacy, to inspire future generations of public servants. And whereas at a public meeting held on July 22nd, 2025, a consensus of the Board of County Commissioners of Pinellas County, Florida, directed that this proposal be brought directly to them for consideration at a future BCC meeting. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Pinellas County, Florida, 1, that the Bayside Bridge shall henceforth be named the Dillinger-McCabe Bayside Bridge in honor of the extraordinary service and contributions of Robert Bob Dillinger and Bernard Bernie McCabe to the citizens of Pinellas County in the state of Florida. And number 2, the appropriate signage and recognition shall be installed to reflect this designation, subject to applicable state and local requirements, and communicated to the Florida Department of Transportation and other relevant agencies. And number 3, this resolution shall take effect immediately upon adoption. Is there any comments?
We need a motion. I move approval.
All right. I believe we had the tax collector on Zoom. Can we please recognize him?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Excellent. I just want to start by saying thank you to the County Commission for bringing this resolution forward, and specifically to Vice Chair Chris Latvala, who has championed this resolution. I'm not going to echo a lot of the stuff that Vice Chair Latvala just stated about both Mr. Dillinger and Mr. McCabe, but I do want to echo one part, is that it's not just about the individuals, it's about their relationship. To put this in perspective, for more than 2 decades, Bernie McCabe and Bob Dillinger were never on the same side of a case. They were in the criminal justice system as adversaries, yet they were the best of friends, and they worked together, whether it was at JWB or at other nonprofits in this county individually, to make Pinellas County a better place. And I feel like this bridge memorializes that relationship for future generations, because, you know, in the decades to come, whoever it is, whether you're visiting Pinellas County or you live here, you drive over that bridge, you see those names, you Google it, or who knows what's going to happen decades from now, it downloads instantly to your brain, something like that. You're going to find out who these people are and what they did together. And this bridge makes sure that that relationship is an example for all of us here in Pinellas County. And truly what makes Pinellas County amazing is how well our government works together to make it better. And I just can't say enough how much this means to me, as I worked with both. I mean, obviously everybody knows Bernie McCabe was my mentor at the state attorney's office, but I also got to know Bob Dillinger very well as the state attorney's office took over the mobile medical bus, which was a passion project for him. And I worked with him on that for many, many years. So even in retirement, Bob Dillinger was still trying to make the citizens of the 6th Judicial Circuit better. I can't thank you enough for bringing this resolution forward, and I hope that everybody votes in favor of it. Thank you for your time, and have a great day.
Thank you. Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing this forward. Thank you, Mr. Ross, for those kind words. I just wanted to share a side of Bernie that I got to know over the years. Of course, we all know that whenever he spoke, he meant exactly what he said. And if he wasn't going to change his mind, he did not. And we also know that Mr. Dillinger felt the same way. But when I worked at Gulf Coast Jewish Family Community Services, we had, they still have residential treatment facilities for persons who are battling drug addictions. And then there's a separate facility for those who had mental health issues. And one of the concerns we had was that individuals were being arrested for minor drug offenses. And so they would be in Pinellas County Jail, but once they were released, there was really nothing for them. And it was difficult to find funding to be able to provide services for them so that they could stay in in-house care, which took more than 28 days. And so we had a conversation with Bob Dillinger, who agreed to fund some of those beds, to financially fund through his office some of those beds. And then we had Bernie McCabe on the other side for prosecution, who said, I believe people deserve a second chance. So it took the working together of the two to be able to do that and give people a second chance at the facility on Darlington in Pasco County, right on the Pasco-Pinellas County line. And that meant a lot to me. I have an older brother who suffered from drug addiction, and I think all of us either know somebody who has been touched by it, or maybe someone personally within our family who's dealing with that. So that meant a lot to me, and I got a chance to work with both of them on that. I also got a chance to work with both of them on juvenile offenses, low-level offenses that juveniles would commit if they completed a program, then and provide community service in that program, then their records were wiped clean. Again, that took Bernie McCabe saying he was willing to step out on faith with individuals, and that took Bob Dillinger's office saying that we want to work towards that end as well. So I think it's very appropriate to remember them in this way. And a bridge for me means that I'm leaving one destination, I'm crossing over to another destination. And I believe that the two items that I just spoke of certainly define their relationship. They believed in a person having an opportunity to cross that bridge to do better in life. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing that forward. I miss both of them. It's not a day that goes by that I'm not thinking about something that they did or said, certainly to impact my life over the years. So thank you so much. I think this is a wonderful thing.
Thank you. I think it's very fitting, and I wanted to thank my colleagues for bringing this forward. I think this is very fitting that the bridge that we're renaming goes to the courthouse where they spent many years working together as adversaries inside the courtroom. But outside the courtroom, they did so much for our community. Mr. Dillinger, one of his passions was feeding children and feeding hungry children in our schools. And he couldn't talk about it without getting emotional about all of the, and his nonprofit was Nourish to Flourish. And it was something that it was impossible for him to discuss without being emotional, and he was a larger-than-life man. And Mr. McCabe was the same way. They were both giants in our community. And there's a famous picture of them walking in the courthouse together down the hallway. And you know, the state attorney and the public defender are not supposed to be buddies. They're supposed to be adversaries. Inside the courtroom, they were adversaries. As soon as they walked out of the courtroom, they did what was best for our community. And a lot of times, it was directed at the children of Pinellas and Pasco counties. Years ago, one of them wanted to serve on JWB, and so they needed the state law to be changed so they could serve on JWB. And then the other one decided they wanted to serve on JWB alongside of them. So to this day, the public defender and state attorney in Pinellas County both serve on JWB, and that's because of Bernie McCabe and Bob Dillinger. And so their legacies are through their wives, but also through the thousands of attorneys and dozens of judges that sit on the bench because of them. And you know, their loss will be felt for generations, but their impact will be long after. We don't normally do this, but it's in my notes. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to say anything before we vote on this? All right. We have a motion and a second. Can you pull up the board? Thank you. It passes unanimously. I was looking for the seventh person, but we're. Thank you very much, and I would like to call up Ms. McCabe and Ms. Dillinger to the podium, please. Now we're on citizens to be heard. Each citizen will have 3 minutes. And I apologize if I butcher any names. The first one, Martin Leventon.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm going to move quickly. Martin Leventon from Bel Air Beach. Florida SB 1622 passed in 2025. It uses a customary use test to allow counties and municipalities to promulgate laws giving public access to dry sands to get to the wet sand shoreline. Unfortunately, Bel Air Shores, our neighbor, is closing gates at 6th, 12th, and 19th Street access points, posting no trespass signs to the general public, basically prohibiting fellow citizens in Largo, Bel Air Bluffs, Seminole, Indian Rocks, Clearwater, et cetera, to access the wet sands through the dry sand access points at 6th Street, 12th Street, and 19th Street. The original 1944 deeds gave us access anyone living east of Gulf Boulevard, and I'll hand this up when I'm done. So basically, friends, colleagues, fellow churchgoers, relatives who are not Bel Air Beach residents are not welcome at 6th, 12th, or 19th Street access. So if you folks don't live, in Bel Air Beach, you're not welcome. My wife and I were stopped about 10 days ago by the sheriff's office and were asked where we live. As a practicing attorney for 44 years, I can tell you Terry versus Ohio basically indicates that a citizen does not have to answer that question and they can go about their business That's what Justice White says. Unfortunately, my wife and I had trepidation, and we felt that if we did not answer that question and proceeded to the beach, as we've done probably 3 times a day for the last 4 years, we would have been arrested. I think it's a chilling effect for Bel Air Shores to close the gates and to threaten people with trespass, and then on top of that, use the sheriff's office to try and enforce that. So I think it's up to you folks to promulgate some ordinances via the county, which SB 1622 suggests that you can do, so that you can rein in this horror that's going on down on Bel Air Beach. Thank you very much, and if I can hand up a copy of the deed that I was referring to, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we have Ken Warrington.
Thank you for this opportunity. Just wanted to talk about homeless people and the cold that we're experiencing now. It's nice that some churches and one Boys and Girls Club were open to homeless people Sunday and Monday, January 18th and 19th. Years ago, I stayed with my niece and nephew and family in Craddock, a part of Portsmouth, Virginia, to help them through some difficulties. While I was there, I showed up at the monthly meetings that Portsmouth had concerning homeless people. All departments of the city government were there each month. The volunteer organizations were there. One group provided meals every day at lunchtime. Another group provided blankets on very cold nights. A group would submit proposals each year, both groups, for funds for the city to operate. Another group was a DAV in Craddock. They opened their doors to the homeless in Craddock during one particular cold spell. They fed them, let them sleep there, and let them stay during the day. The churches in Portsmouth took turns each month in opening the doors each and every night during the winter. The people in Craddock, part of Portsmouth, couldn't get there because they didn't have bus fare to get there. Another successful service to the homeless people in Portsmouth was a central phone number that homeless people could call to find resources. I have found that our 211 resource has some inadequacies, maybe because there is so many options that people can call about that the system is overloaded. Possibly there could be an option the person newly homeless could choose to hear from recording of what is available. From there, that person could choose to speak to a real person. It seems to me that the greatest need to our homeless people is a warm and safe place to sleep every night. One suggestion is to give businesses with empty buildings a rebate in taxes for each month that they would open their building to homeless people. Such a building would have to be staffed with volunteers and the homeless people required to have responsibility to care for the building. Secondly, I feel the greatest need is to have a women's shelter. Our women need to be safe in this county, and particularly women and children who age out of the I'm forgetting the name of well, sorry about that. I'm 80 years old and forget words every once in a while. But that's all I got. Thanks.
Next, we have Dr. Alex Harris.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. It's It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Alex Harris, and I represent the Arts Conservatory for Teens. Short is ACT, Pinellas County-based 501c3 nonprofit organization for 14 years that started in Midtown. ACT began with 30 students. Today we serve over 1,200 students every week in partnership with Pinellas County Schools, St. Petersburg Parks and Rec, faith-based academic institutions, homeschools, charter schools, and private schools. To date, more than 16,000 students and families have been served through our program that we started in our motto. Our mission is simple and urgent: education, empowerment, and enrichment for all students. ACT uses evidence-based interdisciplinary arts and technology curriculum to do two things exceptionally well. One, accelerate high school graduation and prepare young people for workforce and post-secondary educational institutions. 100% of our ACT students have graduated from high school with a high school diploma, not a certificate of completion, regardless of their circumstance, and 90% have matriculated to higher education institutions. These results align, I think, with what research consistently confirms, that high-quality, sustained youth development programs reduce crime, improve educational attainment, and strengthen workforce readiness. Also, the U.S. Department of Justice and CDC shows that structured after-school enrichment programs reduce juvenile crime during peak hours, while arts-integrated education improves attendance, graduation rates, and social-emotional outcomes. But ACT is not just simple before, during, or after school programming. ACT is an economic and cultural engine designed to build real pipelines into Pinellas County's future workforce in the arts, technology, education, and healthcare. And so the ask of us is very simple, is to, as we prepare for 27 budgets, is to consider our programs like ours to help continuing preparing students for greatness. That's high school graduation and workforce readiness. So thank you for all that you already do. And I just wanted to kind of reintroduce ourselves to those who didn't know us and how we would be continuing reaching out for your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just
yes,
a
ma'am.
little note, Alex Harris is a world-renowned recording artist. He's made his appearance on Showtime at the Apollo. He has cut several records himself and performed with a number of groups professionally. So we do have in our midst a little star, I guess, if you will. And I remember him as he was, coming up and performing locally, and now he is on the big stage, and he has availed himself to youth in the community to help them matriculate in that direction the right way. So I just wanted people to know that you are a world-renowned recording artist.
Thank you.
And doing a really good job at that. Congratulations.
And I will attest that he is a wonderful teacher as well. I've seen some of his students perform last year in St. Pete, and my only complaint is he should have brought some of them today and performed for us.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
Thank
Sorry I
you.
embarrassed you.
Good to see you. Next, we have Frank Bankard.
Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Frank Bankard. I live in Bel Air Beach, and I'm also a council person there. I'm addressing this commission regarding the Building and Planning Department that issues permits and et cetera regarding mine and your constituents' concerns. I understand this commission does not do a day-to-day management of this department, which falls under the county administrator. I do want to make both parties aware of two issues in the town of Bel Air Shores. In the town of Bel Air Shores, there are 3 lots of beach access which were deeded to the homeowners and landowners east of Golf Boulevard by the Kirkby Hotel corporations in the 40s. In the deeds, it so states, grantee heirs, executors, administrators, and assigns shall have all irrevocable licenses to pass ingress and egress to the lands herein described, free of let, hindrance of, or molestation of any kind by said grantor. The deeds further state no permanent structures to be built. Last year, Bel Air Shores erected fences and gates on 3 of these 3 access lots after the storms of 2024. When I questioned the permit for the installation from the town clerk, she replied none was sought. I then contacted the county unpermitted structure department. After volumes of emails exchanges without any proper responses in disregard of Bel Air Shores, Pinellas County, and Florida building codes for gates and fence installation, I contacted the head of building and planning about this, which did send out the area inspector. He further noted fences, regardless of a permit, cannot exceed 6 foot in height, which I had provided numerous pictures as they do. I want to note, I also questioned unpermitted signs erected on these lots, which signs were not in Florida Code, Chapter 26-30, ASCE 7, etc. Factually, they were installed on a single U-channel that is rated for 90-mile-an-hour winds for a 2-foot square sign. The signs that I presented were 15 square feet. I then received a call from the area inspector, and he noted the mayor of Bel Air Shores has the unfettered right to erect signs per his desire. He then noted the gates and fences were not erected new, but repaired, which does not need a permit. While time does not permit me to get into the reply with the inspector, his statement flies against Florida Code ASCE 7, 1869, etc. And to note, I did a right to know request on this matter, and no permits were ever obtained or repaired for fences or signs. I then sent an email to the inspector's position to the head of the department, which he sustained his findings. Simply, this county is ignoring state law, Florida Building Code, Section 105.1 ASCE. My wife will give me her 3 minutes. No?
You're not allowed to do that, sir. If she wants to sign in a card, she can speak.
Okay. Well, I emailed all you guys the video of the signs, and I will present this to you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ronald Walker.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
we've had really great public speakers today, and I just wanted to commend the public for coming and being engaged. And, I mean, we had really good, thoughtful speakers, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you. And I thank them for
I think
coming.
they knew I was going to be
That must
acting
be
as
it.
chair today.
That must be it. It's your juju, but we had really good, thoughtful speakers, and I really appreciate it when the public comes in, and thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Hey, Win.
Yes, sir. You're up.
On Walker, 7100 Almerton Road. We need a false claims ordinance, and only you 7 can make it happen. We've got a $4.3 billion county budget, and we don't have a false claims ordinance to protect whistleblowers who will come forward and expose corruption, fraud, and theft. See what's just happened in Minnesota. The Somalis have stolen $9 billion. Whistleblower after whistleblower went to the corrupt elected officials and told them, you're being stolen from. They didn't act. Had they brought a qui tam lawsuit under a false claims law, the corrupt governor could not have ignored them. So you guys have within your power to pass a false claims ordinance. Copy Broward counties. They copied Dade. Dade copied the state statute. The state statute copied the federal law. The federal law was established by Madison and Jefferson and improved by Lincoln. You're in good company, guys. And you'll protect the people you represent. And it doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to do any work. All you got to do is copy Broward County's false claims ordinance. These false claims ordinances in the United States collect tens of millions of dollars of stolen money, stolen from the people. We're going to spend billion plus to develop the ballpark, and the corruption's already setting in. If you look at the plans, St. Petersburg is only hiring blind architects. Have you looked at the drawings and the plans? It's money, guys. You have within your power to pass a false claims ordinance. It should be on the books to protect you in the future. It's not rocket science, guys. It's easy for you to do it. The research will be small. Just copy Broward County, and you're in hog heaven. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have David Ballard Geddes Jr.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. The residents received a mailer from the county last month requiring the homeowner to replace our water pipes under our homes, stating that this letter is to notify us of the material interest of the county in our replacement of our water pipes on our side of the water meter. This mailer is to inform the residents that every household is subject to new material regulations affecting the material fashion of the water lines, claiming that we are required to replace our water lines, which is now the material property of the county's water system, citing that lead in the old pipes as being the reason behind the required replacement of our water lines. The county knew good and well that lead was an issue when they originally designed the water system. The Roman Empire 600 years ago suffered from lead poisoning in its water system. And what about the mercury? I made a video 15 years ago concerning the county not testing for mercury on its consumer confidence report. The county water department is setting us up in its requisitions of such and is attempting to claim our property as their property in their system and their backbiting development practices when the county water pipes are upwards of 80 years old in many cases and are in need of replacement 35 years ago. Another issue is the surface water assessment fee charging us for the impervious area on our property. Common sense tells us that all the old Florida cracker homes being built up off the ground and the county developing all of its homes, paving directly on top of the surface of the ground, covering up everything. The county, again, is setting us up with its staged development practices, standing us on our heads with their improper development, intending to create such rainwater runoff. The surface water assessment fee is not an ad valorem tax lien, and this charge is not based on the millage rate. The so-called rainwater levy creates a third-party mortgage against our property and serves as the beginning of a foreclosure proceeding against all the residential homes, tapping into the title of our property in Ordinance 97-103, Section 126-509A. That's called carpetbagging. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gaddis. There are no more cards. Would anybody else from the public like to speak on an item not on the agenda? All right, seeing none, we will go to our public hearings and item number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 3 is case number LDR 2501. This is the second of 2 public hearings to consider the adoption of an ordinance providing for the amendment of the Pinellas County Land Development Code, Chapter 138, Article 2, and Chapter 154, Articles 1 and 5, amending the platting requirements to come into compliance with Chapter 177 Florida statutes. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
What is the will of the board? All right, any comments or questions? Please pull up the board. And the item passes unanimously. And on to item number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda items 4, 5, and 6 are companion items, so I'm going to read those into the record together. Agenda item number 4 is case number LDR 2502. This is the second of 2 public hearings to consider the adoption of an ordinance providing for the amendment of Pinellas County Land Development Code, Chapter 138, zoning, and Chapter 166, environmental and natural resource protection, to more effectively regulate the county's tree permitting process and revise tree replant and landscaping requirements for residential and commercial properties. Agenda item number 5 is proposed ordinance creating Chapter 58, Article 19, entitled Tree Protection, providing for tree protection, permitting, mitigation, and enforcement procedures. And agenda item number 6 is a proposed resolution establishing a schedule of fees for the Tree Bank Fund contribution in lieu of planting trees as provided in Chapter 58, Article 19, and Chapter 138, Article 10. The public hearings were properly advertised and affidavits of publication have been received. We have received 45 emails in opposition, 1 voicemail in opposition have been received by the clerk, and I do have 1 individual who pre-registered to speak via Zoom on item number 4.
Alrighty, and we have 2 public comment cards. The first one is Tara Hubbard.
I have her on Zoom, sir.
Okay, how about Catherine Harrelson? Is she here?
Sorry, it's been a while since I've been up here. Kathy Harrelson, 32nd Avenue North in St. Petersburg. I got wind of this late last night around 6, did send in comments, but I realized that was past your deadline. I was very concerned about the direction that this ordinance is going. And I also was wondering how you get on a list to actually talk about this stuff at the county. I am working with the city of St. Petersburg on this, as is Tara Hubbard, and this was exactly the direction that we don't think we should be going to make this a livable, a livable community going forward. The heat is on, and we, rather than coming up with some sort of fine structure, which does not work. When you got $1 million property, the $1,000 tree fine or whatever it is, they just pay it and chop them down. It's time to stop the chop and get ahead of it. I'm suggesting that we look at how can we incentivize builders, developers, homeowners to keep these big shade trees, because they cool our homes, they lower our energy bills, they uptake a lot of stormwater, which is a huge concern here. And this is just something that, and the return on investment for an existing tree is huge. Maybe a little trimming, but that, planting is important, but we can't plant our way out of the rising heat that we're all experiencing, the storms that are coming as a result. This is a resource for all of us, and we need to see it that way. And I'm not suggesting to stop development, but we've got to find a way to get ahead of it and stop the chop. So I'm begging you not to pass this today. Let's take another look. I'd love to know how to get on that list. Former LPA member, longtime LPA member for the county. I've been involved in city and county work for decades. So it's critical that we stop what we're doing, look at this in the long term. This county is becoming unlivable, as is our cities. The heat is on. You may not believe in climate change, but your insurance company does, and they're doing the math. So let's find a way to look at this again, look at this in another way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can you pull up Tara Hubbard, please?
Yes, sir. Ms. Hubbard, when you can hear us, please go ahead and raise your virtual hand in Zoom application, and we'll go ahead and unmute you. Please state your name and address. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Hubbard. I live at 4751 6th Avenue South in St. Petersburg, Florida. I am a 4th generation Pinellas County native, very proud to live here, and wanted to speak on this topic. It was brought to my attention recently, and exciting because I think there definitely could be updates to these ordinances, but definitely interested in more of an incentive model to really help preserve these old growth, mature trees due to many factors, rising property costs, the fact that when someone buys a property to develop it, they're going to chop down the trees. We see it every day in this county. And definitely being able to devise a more innovative incentivization model, I think could really be beneficial. So I do implore you guys to revisit this, possibly extend the approval to incorporate some of these ideas. We are a working group based in St. Petersburg, but have been talking about this for quite some time. So seeing this ordinance change come up on the county level, definitely late to the game. I know there was already one public hearing, but we are showing up today and asking if we can extend this and be heard and integrate some new adjustments here to really hopefully create the change that we want to see and preserve these trees. There's a multitude of benefits. I'm not going to go into it right now. But funny, quick story. As I mentioned, I'm 4th generation native. And last night I was going through some old family archives trying to find some photos for a local historian. And I actually stumbled upon my grandfather's campaign notes from when he ran for Pinellas County Commission back in the 70s. And his topic points for his campaign was this exactly, talking about overdevelopment in the county and wanting to preserve our green spaces. And that's when the county was probably at 55% development. So here we are, 2026, excuse me. And the fact that I'm here asking for similar approaches just says a lot. I wanted to share that quick story because I found it quite comical that this was just last night. So hoping to be heard. If there's a way that county staff or commission can reach out to us and hear our concerns, hear our ideas, and really help to integrate this innovative tree preservation model in our zoning, that would be fantastic. So thank you guys so much for hearing me today, and thank you for your time on this, and thank you for bringing this forward. I know I think the goal is good. They're having a little bit of a unique innovation and incentivization model, I think, can make
Thank
this
you
really
very
powerful.
much.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Scher, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to discuss agenda item number 5 in detail. Maybe, I don't know if it requires to be polled or what you have to do to discuss it, but, no? Oh.
After you.
Anyway, yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we poll number 5 for discussion. Please.
Barry?
So, Commissioners, just to put a little context, to the discussion, you had a little bit of an in-depth discussion on Thursday regarding this item. We saw a lot of support for the concept that Commissioner Scheer introduced, which is to do something different than what the staff proposal was. At your pleasure, if you're willing to invite Kevin up to have that discussion. He also had a more detailed discussion with Commissioner Scheer on some options and alternatives. And so I think just getting staff's perspective and talking about their conversation about maybe some kind of a modification to the proposal may be helpful for your discussions.
Great.
Would y'all like to call Kevin up? Or?
Yes.
All right, Kevin, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Kevin McAndrew, Director, Building and Development Review Services. Could I have the presentation pulled up because I think it'll be beneficial to provide some greater context to a number of the items that are being proposed to be amended. Just at the highest level, this is a comprehensive update that entails revisions to 166, 138, that's item 4. Item 5 is Chapter 58, creating a standalone tree ordinance. And one of the real drivers to this update is a simplification of the code, which is going to benefit all users, whether it be a property owner, whether it be property managers, professionals, arborists, landscape architects, and our staff itself. Today, the code is overly complex. We're looking to also introduce flexibilities with regard to greater options with tree plantings. This is going to be guided by best practice, which is known as right tree, right place. We're looking at refining the landscape requirements for single-family homes as well as commercial properties, as our code requires a minimum number of trees to be on every property, and that's separate and apart from tree removal. And then lastly, the most significant amendment that we're looking to bring before you is a significant recalibration of tree mitigation, tree removal, as it relates to when someone's coming in to remove a tree. And I think it's really helpful to just briefly just touch on these two current code examples as to why we're bringing this forward. To the left is a smaller lot, very typical within the unincorporated county. To the right is a larger lot, but the two key areas of focus in this amendment are addressing the tree mitigation removal and replants and the landscape requirements. So on the left, an example, 5,500 square foot lot, a homeowner wants to modify their driveway, putting a couple parking spaces in a spur. There's 2 trees that need to be removed. Those 2 trees total 40 inches. In today's code, that would require 27 shade trees to be replanted on that property to remove those 2 trees, or the payment in lieu option of paying $10,000, a little bit over $10,000. The number of trees has no practical application as to what could ever be fit on that lot. Likewise, the cost is so burdensome, it's likely greater than the cost of the driveway improvement. So this is an area where if you can provide me a few more minutes to take you through this, you'll see where we're looking to find the right balance when it comes to how we're regulating this. On the right image, this is one where has a greater issue with regard to larger properties in the county, which we have quite a bit of in North County, where today there is no cap as a property get larger as to how many shade trees need to be planted. And you may have a property that has full existing tree canopy, 2-acre property, maybe has 20 trees on it with 50-foot diameter canopies that cover that whole property. It doesn't matter. You still, this homeowner would still have to plant the balance of those trees, 24 additional trees, which likely there isn't the ability to do so. So these were areas that we were looking to really, again, address in a manner that still is going to result in trees being planted, but one that is reasonable and encourages our residents to participate in the code. Unfortunately, when a homeowner is faced with these kind of numbers and dollar values, they're choosing not to even pursue a permit. They're not coming here, they're going elsewhere, whether they try to use the state exemption. So our overall goal here is an improved outcome. We want residents and professionals to use our code, which is going to deliver what we want. So one of the good examples of a simplification is we have a code that has today a rating, 6 different ratings, and often staff and professionals and homeowners are into disputes over what the quality of that tree is. We're just simplifying this down to effectively fair, good, and excellent. And the vast majority of the trees that we're really regulating fall within fair and good, because excellent would be typically what we would call a specimen tree. 0 defects, has ideal form, and so yes, on occasion we'll get a specimen tree, but the vast majority are going to fall within the 1 or 2. And how that relates to tree replants is that this is our biggest focus. We're completely taking out the current methodology and creating a simple table that within each of those grades, the number of tree plants is established. And I can give you a couple examples comparing today to what is proposed here. So if we look at the middle column, grade 2, that would be a tree that's in good condition. And let's say we had someone come in removing one 12-inch tree. Today, removing that 12-inch tree would require 8 trees to be planted, or a fee, payment in lieu, of $3,832, versus where we're proposing it would require 2 trees. So a reduction from 8 to 2, and if they chose not to plant those trees, based on the fixed fee we're setting, which is $300 per tree for residential and $500 per commercial, that would be $600. Many times, our staff working with homeowners, they'd come back and say, you know what, we'll plant 1 tree going forward, and then we'll pay $300. So there's a lot of flexibility. It doesn't have to be one or the other. So we're just simplifying it and bringing it into what we think is a happy balance here to work with our property owners. One other example, let's say we were in that second category of a tree that falls between 14 and 24 inches. Today, a 22-inch tree would require 15 trees, or a fee payment in lieu of $7,185. Again, that cost is so burdensome, often again, having someone push away. That would change now to 4 trees, or a payment up to $1,200. This is the other piece. This is more of a refinement, but an important one, particularly as it's going to regulate the number of required trees on larger lots. So the numbers hold effectively the same for required trees on a lot up to 10,000 square feet, but we're putting a cap, proposing to put a cap that in no case would a property require more than 15 trees. And I think another good example of how you could relate to this is that our residential estate zone, which is 32,000 square foot minimum, today that would require 16 trees. Under the current formula that we're proposing, that would require 6 trees. Similarly, we do have our 2-acre lots in the north portion of the county, and this kind of falls in line with that first example I showed you. It would require 44 trees, where under this, with the cap, it would be 15 trees. And that's reflected now. This is a before and after, current to proposed. On the left where I started, 27 trees, reduced down to 8 trees. Similarly, a reduction on the payment in lieu option of about 75%. And then on the right, on that larger lot, where today it would require 44 trees, that's reduced down to 15 trees. So in summary, simplification, flexibility, finding the right balance where we get the improved outcome that we're seeking. The LPA unanimously approved this 6-0. Staff supports all three of these ordinance updates.
I had a couple questions.
Sorry, I didn't see your light.
Sorry.
Commissioner Sherry, you recognized.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The reason I brought this up was that, first of all, Tom and Kevin worked very hard on the new tree ordinances and codes, and most of, everything they've done is needed, because it was confusing, it was burdensome, it was expensive. And it'll work great for multifamily properties, it's gonna work great for commercial properties, great. But my problem is with the residential requirements. I have, there's lots of reasons for a homeowner to want to take the tree out of their front yard or their backyard. They may want to put in improvements. It may be a dying tree, and they may be worried that the tree could fall down and destroy their roof. They may be allergic to the tree. They may be worried about the damage it's causing their driveways. There's a lot of reasons for a tree to come down. And I just don't believe that, philosophically, I have a difficulty accepting the premise that I should have to go to the government to receive a permit to remove a tree that's on my property. It's in my backyard, it's in my front yard. I own the property, I own the tree. I should be the one that decides whether or not that tree should come down. I don't want to hire an arborist to argue with the county or come up with an idea, well, the tree's sick, you can take it down. I just don't think that I should have to have the government's permission to take my tree down. That being said, I heard in a workshop, I heard the concerns of Commissioner Peters and a few others on the larger shade trees and if they're on the close to somebody else's house, they may not want it to come down. And so I worked with Kevin and I worked with Tom to come up with a compromise on what I feel is a property rights issue, which I provided to you before the meeting. If you would be so kind to consider adding this verbiage to Section 58.813. It's what I'm looking for adding is on residential property with existing single-family detached residence that is actively used for single-family purposes. Protected trees will be those trees with the diameter at breast height of 24 inches or greater. So we're given, if this were to be accepted by you as an amendment to what they're proposed, if you had a tree up to 24 inches on your property that you wanted to remove on Saturday afternoon to put in a swing set for your granddaughter, you could cut the tree down yourself. If it goes over 24 inches, you would have to comply with the code as they have written. You'd have to mitigate and provide additional trees, or you'd have to pay a little fine to the tree fund. I'm good with that because it provides flexibility to our homeowners, but they would not be required to, if we accepted this language, it would not be required to pull a permit or even ask for a permit to remove a tree that's on their property. And I just feel like we shouldn't require that anymore of our residents in Pinellas County.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin, any idea how our proposed new ordinance compares with other municipalities?
Sure, staff did an extensive crosswalk analysis of other municipalities within the county, as well as looking outside regional county ordinances. And where we're proposing to take it overlays consistently with the majority. Some are more stringent. In some cases, some have greater latitude, but I would say we align sort of right in the middle of what we looked at.
Commissioner Peters?
So I have a couple questions, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. So first question, so when Duke Energy goes and cuts down all the trees like they did last year, or the year before, whatever year it was, were those homeowners then required to put up 12 or 15 trees? Or did Duke Energy put money into a tree bank when they went and knocked all those trees down?
So the clarification here is, and I should have stated that, everything that I've presented is the regulation of trees on private property. Trees within public right-of-ways will continue to be managed through urban forestry and public works under a separate ordinance that today is not being changed.
Okay, because, I mean, some of those pictures we saw took total canopies out, where a house had significant canopy, and when Duke Energy was done, there was no canopy. And so I understood how they were upset and why they're upset, and I would have been upset if that was my canopy that had been taken out. So, but I do agree with Commissioner Scheer. I think on private property, we have our own private property rights, and I think our old ordinance impedes on our property rights, and I think it was overreaching. I think it was too expensive, the cost. So I like this better to make it more affordable, because right now it's very difficult and not affordable. You know, and I look at my son who's struggling. Luckily, he was able to get a house, but he's struggling to keep it. And he's got 2 little kids, and if he wants to put a swing set up and there's a tree in the way, that he should be burdened with a $7,000 or $8,000 cost to remove a tree is unreasonable. So I like the $300. I like that you're making it more affordable. You know, I worry about the trees that would be put in my yard because I don't want my laterals being destroyed by tree roots. And we know we have problems with that in this county, where our lateral lines are getting impeded by tree roots. But I think if we want to take a tree down that's smaller than 24 inches, I think that falls in our property rights, and we should be able to do that. So I am agreeing with Commissioner Scheer, and if that was a motion he was making, as an amendment, I would second that motion. And I would second that. I think a tree smaller than 24 inches is not a big canopy. So I don't think it's as destructive in the way of heating, if that's what the big concern is. And again, if it's in the right-of-way, then they can't touch it, right, because it's in the public right-of-way.
Well, it would be subject to permitting through urban forestry.
There's a whole nother body of law regarding
Right,
these
so
public
if it's
right-of-ways.
in the right-of-way, that's a whole different ballgame. They have to get a permit, so we're not talking about anything in the right-of-way. We're only talking about something that's on public property. Again, if we're worried about something getting into our sewer lateral lines, roots getting into our lateral lines, or if we want to put something in our backyard that is more functional for our family, I just don't think we should have the burden of the permitting and the cost unless it's a major mature tree. Then that, to me, makes sense. So I would second his motion.
Commissioner Flowers, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the speakers inquired about how is it that individuals from the public can get a better understanding of what's coming before us so that they can weigh in if they desire to. And unfortunately, that's by kind of paying attention to our agenda and seeing what's on the agenda for consideration. Certainly, when there are communities or a neighborhood that is opposing something or in support of something, then they have more information and more time to be able to communicate and hear what the county's position is on. So I wanted to answer that question for Ms. Harrelson, who came before us. I am a little torn on this because I had a huge oak tree at my house that was wonderful for shade, kept my electric bill intact because my AC didn't have to run as frequently. But that oak tree got a fungus in it. Algae started growing on the base of the trunk. And even though I could literally go up and peel off pieces of the trunk, it was like papery. I had to pay for an arborist to come out and declare that the tree was a dead tree, no longer viable. And then I had to pay to have the tree removed. So I know what it's like when you have to fall into this. And Commissioner Peters, you are dead on when you talk about trees and tree roots growing into laterals, plumbing issues, period, on your property when those tree roots go in, because it could get to be very expensive. But I also know that Ms. Harrelson spoke of the city of St. Pete. They have an ordinance that addresses landscaping for new construction. So apartment complexes or single-family homes, you're required to put in so much landscaping based on the impervious surface that you have on any given project. And really, that's to try to help with rain runoff, certainly flooding, so that the water matriculates down rather than just kind of sitting on the surface of a parking lot or a driveway or whatever, and then you have some additional flooding in that area. But I also know the importance of having trees on properties and what that does do when it comes to climate issues and/or concerns. Mr. Scher, Commissioner Scher, I do like the language that you've put in, but when you say, this is the staff, protected trees are those trees with a DBH greater than 24 inches. What types of trees, do you have an example of specifically what type of trees will fall into that category that could grow greater? I know oaks can, but what other trees can grow that someone would plant as landscaping or have as landscaping that is indicative of what grows here in Florida? Can you give an example of a tree that will be greater than 24 inches in diameter?
So firstly.
One, maybe two.
Yep. Firstly, there's many types of oak trees. I know we generalize that, but there's laurel oaks that don't have the same quality and longevity as a live oak. There's sandhill oaks. There's invasive species, banyans and the ficus tree that can grow massive, that over 36 inches. So there are a whole host of trees that ultimately can get greater than that over a period of time.
Would banyan trees fall under the nuisance? Because we have that.
It would
piece
fall
in there
under,
for
it
nuisance,
falls under the
Okay.
invasive.
Okay. So I want to hear what my other colleagues could say. I appreciate, Commissioner Scher, the language that you've added in here because it does kind of zero in, if you will, on that. But I also have an affection for trees and what they can and can't do. I have this huge palm now in the back of my house that I have to have the limbs trimmed because it grows over my cable wire and my Duke Energy wire. And I'm just afraid during a storm, those leaves could hit the wire and then I have no power, no cable or whatever. So I know that's a whole different story, but I have to keep it trimmed up. But I appreciate the shade that it brings to my backyard, when those things happen.
There's a big educational side to this, and staff does a great job at that. That's the reference I made, is right tree, right place. You can't always have a large shade tree because ultimately it can pose issues. Proper offsets from a home, proper offsets from subsurface utility lines. I mentioned briefly at the work session the value, and the first speaker did a great job of hitting upon a number of the benefits of trees. Neighborhoods that have a strong tree canopy are seen to have home values 10 to 20% higher. So this is very much, there's a whole host of those benefits, environmentally, economic, but we're trying to find that balance. I would also say that we have the ability to track tree removal, because one of the data points that is probably helpful is that 85% of our that trees that are removed and permitted are associated with some type of improvement. They're either part of a zoning clearance for driveway modification, or they're part of a pool, a deck, a terrace. So what I would suggest is that if this goes forward, that we have the ability to track, because those would still have to come in for a permit. We would be aware of the tree or trees that would be removed, and we would be able to report back to this board 6 months, 12 months, just as to what impact this might have. And so we have that ability to do that. I also think that, you know, I mentioned again this on Thursday about there's always room for refinement. You know, codes are documents, and I'm a huge proponent of incentives, and I know that was referenced by both. I mean, there are municipalities that say, well, if you save that tree, we'll increase your FAR. We'll allow you to build a bigger, you know, so down the road, we can look at these as part of refinement if this goes forward as it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, first of all, I appreciate the language here, Commissioner Scheer. I like the direction you're going in with this. I think what it also does is it kind of removes some tree anxiety. People that maybe want to plant trees, but don't, because they know as soon as they put it in the ground and it gets a year or two old, that suddenly it's not, they don't really own it anymore. So I like that aspect of it. But a quick question for you, Kevin. The way I'm reading this is that short-term rentals would not apply to them because it's not a home that's being used actively for residential purposes. Would that be accurate?
That would be my interpretation. Yes.
So just purely residential. Basically, essentially homesteaded properties then, more or less. I mean, it could be a rental, but it wouldn't be a short-term, it would have to be a long-term rental.
Yep. And that was the purpose of that language, actively used as a single-family residential structure.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nowicki.
Thank you, Chair. And just one quick question, piggybacking off of that, Kevin. Great presentation, as always. So is staff supportive of this language change as well?
Staff recognizes that there was significant need for an update. And if this is part of it, like I said, staff will work with it, and staff will again be able to monitor whether it has, you know, any impact at all. So we will work with it going forward.
So supportive.
Well,
I don't know.
I mean, I'm not trying to put words in Kevin's mouth, but he gave you a proposal, right? But he saw that this commission wanted more. And so he tried to hear you as policymakers of this county and come up with a modification that meets the intent of what you want with still trying to protect that tree canopy that I think he believes in.
So this helps protect the tree canopy, let's say.
We're confident that this in aggregate, this is going to have the code updates will be beneficial.
Perfect, thank you. I'm comfortable moving forward then with this, yes.
Question for Jewel. Are we voting on 4, 5, and 6 as amended, or are we voting for number 5 as amended?
What I would recommend is that 6 be voted on separately, because that's a resolution as opposed to the ordinance.
Okay.
And I was going to ask for clarification on the motion that was made, and whether it was just to support the amendment or to approve the package with the amendment.
But the amendment you made is on item 5, correct?
Right.
Yeah, so
Then I would recommend that we go ahead and vote on the amendment to item 5.
Okay.
And then take a subsequent vote on adopting the ordinances and the resolution. If the board wishes to adopt the two ordinances together, after you take a vote on the amendment, I think that's fine. I would recommend doing the resolution separately. You can always vote on the ordinances separately as well.
clarification, so you amend item 5, then she read them into the record, so you then can take up item 4 and 5 together.
Right.
And then separately vote on item 6.
All righty.
I have a
Oh, yes, ma'am, you're recognized.
caveat, and I would take this to the motion maker. When Commissioner Nowicki mentioned homesteaded, that kind of perked up my interest. And if you hear me out, I would like to, if you would be, if you'd consider it a friendly amendment to the amendment, would be to make it for homesteaded properties, because we have a problem with our residential properties that have become commercial. We have a problem with our residential properties where the VRBOs are taking out all the trees and they're putting in bowling alleys and pickleball courts and they're doing all that kind of stuff. And so I'm kind of inclined to say the residential homes that are not homesteaded, I agree with this, but I would hate to have more corporations buying up our homes and just paving over so that they can put in their pickleball courts and everything for their resorts that they're renting in our residential neighborhoods. And so I'd almost rather do a caveat that this only be applicable, this amendment, to homesteaded properties and not residential homes that are commercial. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. I would be in favor of that, but I don't know if we would want to have the onslaught of people
I know Jewel
suing
picked
us
up on that comment, but
Commissioner
I
Tier-
think that you would have a legal argument the way it is currently written with some of the short-term owners, because they're going, that, you know that that's an area that's fraught with litigation already.
But-
And I feel like it's something, if we took enforcement, we would find ourselves with litigation. Would we win? It's impossible to say.
Commissioner, I think Kevin's interpretation is short-term rentals separately governed, so it wouldn't apply to the short-term rental. That's very different than if you have two properties, one's in Massachusetts and one's here, and now you're trying to differentiate between whether it's a homesteaded or not. If he can control the short-term rentals that way, then it doesn't matter,
well, the problem is these people and corporations are buying up homes. They're paving over the backyard. We don't know that they're going to make it a short-term rental until it's already done. And they are paving over the backyard for pickleball courts and bowling alleys and.
Our short-term rental ordinance is currently in litigation already, and it would be much clearer from an enforcement perspective to stay homesteaded properties. It would make things significantly easier. I do believe we could expect some sort of litigation, should we use this language from the LLC-type owners that own, like you're saying, multiple properties trying to claim that it's a residential use. It's very unclear, given the state of the law and all the current litigation that's pending. It would certainly make enforcement clearer for staff. Homestead's very easy to establish, very easy to establish.
So
from Joel, well, I know, I'm looking over to Kevin, I want to hear his opinion on this, but
Yeah.
from what Joel is saying, it would be better for us to say that it's just homesteaded property, Commissioner Peters' point.
It would be much clearer for staff, I believe.
You concur with that, Kevin?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Okay.
there you go.
I'd like to amend my motion to add that it would be for homesteaded properties.
Okay, so the language that you're looking at is for homestead property only. And I do, that makes me feel better, a lot better.
Glad you brought it up.
It does, so thank you. Thank you for that.
So would it be on homestead property or on residential homestead property? Just take out the word residential. Just say on homestead.
What I would suggest is you let the county attorney's office work with staff on the appropriate language, because there are two different concepts. You can be a homestead property and not necessarily for ad valorem purposes. Those are two distinct concepts, and let us work on the property. I assume that you all are talking a traditional homesteaded property that's receiving an ad valorem property exemption.
Correct.
Yes.
That makes it
We
easier
can
to
work on the
correct.
proper language to accomplish your goal.
Hey, perfect, good. Thank you. So
right.
he amended his motion. I will second that amended motion.
Yes.
All set. All right, can we move to agenda item 5?
Well, we have to vote on the
And
amendment.
vote on the amendment
Oh,
for
okay, great.
item
Thank you.
5.
Sorry.
If we can pull that up.
Is that just a voice vote? Oh, no, she's got it. Okay.
This says item 4. On the,
So,
well, we can vote on item 4 first.
well,
You may want to
This
do a
is
voice
not
vote,
the-
I would
Let's do
think,
a
on
voice
the
vote.
amendment.
Yeah,
You can do a voice vote on the amendment.
Yes.
All in favor of the amended item on 5?
aye.
All right, passes unanimously. Now we're back on item 4.
I think should you wish to take up items 4 and 5 as amended together, I think that would be appropriate. And then I would recommend taking 6 separately.
All righty, please pull up the board.
Can we do a voice vote because it's 4 and 5 combined?
Sure.
Thank you.
All in favor of 4 and 5?
Aye.
Aye. Any,
We have a
As
motion?
amended, yeah.
as amended,
Sorry,
any opposed?
I don't know that we had a motion. We need a motion and a second.
We don't need a motion. We're doing
Second.
things differently
Yeah.
today.
And I second.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Second.
All right, all in favor on item 6? Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Now we're on item
Thank you,
7.
Kevin.
And we have a card from the applicant, Daniel Vincent.
Good, Daryl.
Agenda item number 7 is case number DES 2501. This is a request for designation of the historic resources located on the land parcel associated with 1334 Riverside Avenue in Anclote, unincorporated Pinellas County, as a landmark on a landmark site. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 1 email and 1 letter in support have been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
I'm sorry, we have a card from the applicant, Daniel Vincent. Would you wish to speak?
If you want.
And you have 20 minutes. But you don't have to take all that time if you don't want, but you have it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I appreciate you taking up this issue. I assure you I won't take 20 minutes. I probably won't even take 3. But I appreciate the county's interest in preserving this particular historic property. And I think this item will ensure that it is protected. And that's very important to me, and I think to the county as well because of its special history. So that's all. If you have any questions of me, I'll be happy to take them, but I think you probably have got all the information you need. But I just want to thank you. And I apologize for not being in a suit. I started to get in a suit today, but that old house is a little cold on a morning like this.
Yes, sir.
So the suit lost the vote, so
Well, you get extra credit for leaving 19 minutes on the board.
there you go. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to point out that the Historic Preservation Board approved this unanimously 7-0, and I would move approval.
All right. Please pull up the board. Passes unanimously. Agenda item 8.
Agenda item number 8 is case number LDR 2503. This is the first of 2 public hearings to consider the adoption of an ordinance providing for the amendment of the Pinellas County Land Development Code, Chapter 138, zoning, related to definitions and a process for the review of reasonable accommodation requests for certified recovery residences use pursuant to Florida statutes, Section 397-487. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
What is the will of the board?
Yeah, this is first, so it doesn't require action. And this is to meet statutory requirements.
All right. Agenda item number 9.
Agenda items number 9 and 10 are companions. I'll read those into the record together. Agenda item number 9 is case number FLU 2511. This is a request by Galen Care Incorporated for a future land use map amendment from residential low to employment on approximately 3.49 acres located at 5200 62nd Avenue North in Lellman. And agenda item number 10 is case number ZON 2509. This is a request by Galen Care Incorporated for a zoning change from residential agriculture to employment 1 on approximately 3.49 acres located at 5200 69th Avenue North in Lellman. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, for all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear a firm testimony you are about to give is the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, signifies by saying I do? The public hearings were properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing for each. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you. The applicant, Kevin Reale. And you have 20 minutes.
Good morning again for the record. Kevin Reale, address 401 East Jackson Street in Tampa. I also will not be taking all of that time, but just want to point out, so this property is near the hospital, and Glencare is the hospital ownership, and it's got a zoning and future land use that is aligned for single-family detached, and that development hasn't happened. It's adjacent to the hospital and then a cemetery. And so single-family detached uses don't really seem appropriate there. And so we looked at what options might work for the property. And if I could have the overhead brought up. The best map to go to understand this, because it's right on the border between the county and Pinellas Park, is really the county-wide map. And of course, that will come before you if you all approve today with a map amendment to this map as well. But you can see the property here, and there are similar uses in the area. But if you look at the county map alone, it does look like an outlier. And so we were really focused on this map when we talked with staff. And given that it's a significant change, we don't have an end user identified yet. Because we just wanted to make sure that staff and this commission would support the request. But without wanting to take all the time, I'll just offer to answer any questions you all might have.
Does anybody have any questions? What is the will of the board? All right. Please pull up the board. Passes unanimously.
Thank you all for your time.
Agenda item 11.
Is that both items?
And
9 and
I
10?
would recommend that you do these separately.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. And I'm assuming that the motion was made for the land use case, and since that was
Correct.
approved, you should move on and take a motion on the zoning case.
Yeah.
Please pull up the board for agenda item 10.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the motion and second for number 10?
And Commissioner Nowicki made a second.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously. Agenda item 11.
Agenda item number 11 is case number FLU 2509. This is a request by Green Energy for North America LLC for a future land use map amendment from residential urban to residential medium on approximately 18.43 acres located at 13400 Pine Street in unincorporated Largo. The public hearing is properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing, 2 emails in opposition and 7 voicemails in opposition, and 1 letter of concern have been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
All right, we have a card from the applicant, Carlos Yepes. And I apologize if I messed up that name. And you have 20 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon. So I am the attorney for the applicant.
Can you go to?
Yes,
Are you Lauren?
I am. I'm Lauren Rubenstein, attorney.
You'll
for
be
the
speaking
applicant.
for the applicant?
Mr. Yepes is here as well and would like to speak, but I thought it might be more productive for me to do the quick presentation, and then you'd.
I'm
the
sorry.
applicant. Would you like to do staff presentation first?
Yeah,
Thank you.
if we can set the stage, and then they can make their pitch.
Thank
Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Scott Swearingen. I'm the county's long-range planning manager. It's a pleasure to be before you, and I respect your time, so I will jump right in. This case is FLU 25-09. It is a future land use map amendment on approximately just under 18.5 acres at 13400 Pine Street in unincorporated Largo, and that amendment would change the land use of the property from residential urban to residential medium. The zoning on the property is residential plan development, and there is no zoning proposed as a companion amendment to this case. It's just the land use that is being proposed at this time. The property is currently vacant, and it's a former construction and debris landfill and burrow pit. And the applicant's expressed desire for redevelopment of the property would be for multifamily housing. Subject property is outlined in red, and you can see it borders on three kind of residential collector type of roadways. You have 134th Avenue North, which is to the south of the property. Where it says 128th Street North, let's call that Pine Street. It's also known as Pine Street, which is the address for it, and that's on the west end of the property, and then Trotter Road to the east side of the property. You can see the character on the aerial. It's primarily single-family residential detached surrounding the property. The City of Largo property within the City of Largo proper is to the north, northwest, and to the west. And you can start to make out a redevelopment of an affordable housing development that's directly to the east and to the southeast. That's Heritage Oaks. The map on your left is a current future land use and the property designated as RU, residential urban. And you can see the property directly to the east and the southeast, and that's the Heritage Oaks affordable housing development properties. Those are also designated as residential urban. And then directly to the south and up to the northeast, you can see residential low designated properties as well. What is shown in the white that does not have color on it is within the City of Largo, and those are designated on Largo's future land use map as residential low. And then the map on the right side of your slide just shows that change. It would go from residential urban to residential medium. Zoning on the property again is residential plan development, and the City of Largo does not have zoning. But within the unincorporated county, you can see primarily you've got R3 and R4 to the south, R3 to the northeast. And then again, the affordable housing development property of Heritage Oaks is designated RM, residential medium, on the county zoning atlas. Give you some perspectives here. So this is the southwest corner of the subject property looking northeast. So to the left side of that photo is Pine Street, and to the right side of the photo, just kind of going back, back into the distance, that's 134th Avenue North. And then on the opposite end, this is the northeast corner of the property looking back southwest, and this is off of Trotter Road. I think my clicker is dying. If somebody could advance the slide for me, thank you. Just to give you a little bit more perspective, this is Pine Street facing southward, subject properties on the left, moving toward 134th Avenue. Just to give you a sense of kind of the street character here, the residential street character surrounding the property. Next slide, please. And Trotter Road looking north. This is on the east end of the property, so the property is just out of view to the left side of the photograph. And this is just north of 134th Avenue. Next slide, please. And then the corner, finally, of 134th Avenue and Pine Street. You can see some of the development character on the opposite side of the streets abutting the property. Next slide, please. Thank you. And again, the current land use is residential urban, which allows for residential, institutional, recreational, open space type uses primarily, but in some instances, office, personal service, retail, commercial, with limitations. Per our comprehensive plan verbatim, it's generally appropriate locations between major employment centers and community and regional shopping centers, in areas where development characteristics are urban residential in nature, and finally, an area serving as a transition between more suburban and more urban residential areas. Important to note is the permitted maximum residential density in the RU designation is 7.5 residential units per acre, which would add up to, on the subject property, 138 dwelling units. So up to 138 dwelling units could be built on the property today, and a 0.4 floor area ratio for non-residential uses. Next slide, please. What is being proposed is a residential medium land use designation. It's pretty much the same types of uses that would be permitted under the RM versus the RU, and kind of similar to the RU, a little more intensity, a little more mixed-use characters where this is generally appropriate. So proximity to major employment centers, community and regional shopping centers, areas where uses development characteristics are medium density, residential nature, as a transition between less urban and more urban residential mixed-use areas, and then finally in close proximity to and may have direct access from like an arterial thoroughfare highway network, so closer to a busier roadway network. And per the residential medium designation, up to 15 dwelling units per acre could be built, and that would amount to, on a subject property, up to 276 dwelling units. That is doubling the number of dwelling units that could be built on the property from 138 to 276 in this proposal. And up to a 0.5 floor area ratio for non-residential uses. So a little bit more FAR could be allowed on the property for non-residential with the change. The zoning again, RPD, residential plan development. Now this is a unique zoning category. It allows a full range of residential dwelling types and then complementary non-residential uses as well. And the zoning itself sets those development parameters, like with height, lot size, setbacks, types of units. It's quite flexible, and thus in doing so, it requires a development master plan. So a development master plan goes along with the zoning, and that development master plan is to be reviewed by this board, by the Board of County Commissioners, at a public hearing as well. So it's a plan that would have to be approved by all of you. And to note, while the property is zoned residential plan development, there currently does not exist a development master plan on the property. There has not been one submitted as a companion item to this case either. So that would be something that would have to come forward to you with the zoning at a future date. This is important. I just want to, there's some history to this property. So to give you kind of a chronology of what's happened, back 21 plus years ago, the board approved this property to be, for a future land use map amendment like before us today, to go from residential low to residential urban. So that changed the allowable density on the property. At that time was 5 dwelling units per acre, and that changed it to 7.5 units per acre. So it raised the density by 50%, and that was back 21 plus years ago. Now that land use case also included a development agreement. And per that development agreement, 207 multifamily dwelling units could be built. And that number is much higher than what normally would be under the RU because there was an affordable housing density bonus attached to that. So with an affordable housing density bonus, you can build much more units than you normally could under the regular land use designation. So it had a development agreement as well as a binding concept plan and affordability parameters all included in that for 207 multifamily units. Now that was never built and that development agreement expired. Fast forwarding to 2015, the Board of Adjustment approved what was called then a special exception, just a type 2 use approval that would allow, again, 207 affordable housing units, and that also included a concept plan that went along with that approval. That also was never built, and thus that agreement expired as well. So what we have before us, I can tell you that the applicant in one of our earlier meetings in our development review committee meeting expressed an intent to build affordable housing units, which in the case of this property at the residential medium land use category could allow up to 414 dwelling units that could be built maximum with that affordable housing density bonus with the RM land use. However, again, no specific affordable housing development request has been submitted at this time. So there's no concept plan right now, development agreement, any of those things. That's all we know is just kind of an express desire, and I'm sure the applicant can speak to that a little more when they come up. Next slide, please. And then finally, if you'll recall, at the November meeting, representative of the applicant requested a continuance by this board at that meeting because the applicant was unable to attend due to a conflict, and you all granted that continuance. Thus, we are here today, January 20th, 2026, discussing the matter. We'll quickly go over a few potential impacts when it comes to transportation impacts, traffic impacts, going through the Institute of Traffic Engineers trip generation manual based on future land use, kind of the delta between the residential urban today and if it were moved to the residential medium category, the property could see up to an additional 627 daily trips on average, which also equates to about 55 additional AM peak hour trips and 70 additional PM peak hour trips. The property has a low flood risk. It's not in a coastal high hazard area. It's not in a coastal storm area. And as I noted before, it is a past C&D landfill. So that may require some environmental remediation. That's not something that we review at this time. It's not something that's included in this at this time. It would be something that would be reviewed in greater detail during the site plan review process to determine what remediation, what other types of review might need to occur for that. Next slide, please. So in closing, staff notes that the subject property is surrounded mostly by long-standing, lower density single-family neighborhoods to the north, to the south, and to the west. And these neighborhoods also, they're developed at about 4 to 5 dwelling units per acre in these neighborhoods. We have compatibility concerns with much of the surrounding community. The 3 adjacent corridors to the property, as it does border those 3, as I mentioned, they're minor in function and currently have limited capacity. Past approvals, as I went through that kind of that chronology, past approvals for multifamily on this property included additional assurances such as binding concept plans and affordability parameters. The proposal, if approved, would allow up to an additional 69 additional units more than past requests. And that's not even using the affordable housing density bonus. As I mentioned, there was an affordable housing a development agreement for a project to allow up to 207 units using that density bonus. Just the straight land use itself would be an additional 69 units on the property than past requests. And again, without those accompanying assurances of how the project will be laid out, how it would be built. Ultimately, staff recommends denial. The local planning agency also recommended denial with a 4-2 vote at their October 8th meeting. And that concludes my presentation. I appreciate your time, and I'm here to try and answer any questions if I may.
Are there any questions? Yes.
Commissioner Scheer?
Yes, Chair. Is there a height restriction with this change?
Their height is not included in the land use regulations. That'd be included in the zoning.
So what's the zoning allow for height there?
I believe the height is capped at 45 feet, but that's also, then there's flexibility because the parameters of what would be the heights of the various types of units would be written into that concept plan.
And was it your denial just, there looks to me that like there's lots of access points for this property and traffic flow in and out in multiple spots. So was it traffic that you were, you just didn't think it was compatible, or was it a traffic problem, or what was the?
The primary issue that staff had in formulating our recommendation was the development character and the surrounding densities. To the north, south, and west, it's predominantly 4 to 5 dwelling units per acre is the built density of those areas. And then the land uses as well that are existing surrounding the property, the land use designations permit a much lower density than that of which is being proposed.
Thank you.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just thinking forward here in your, with the affordable housing, that would allow up to 414?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the traffic trips, was it based on that number?
No, it was not. The trip generation was based on the straight density of going from what would be 7.5 units per acre to 15 units per acre, which equated to 138 units versus 276 units. So the delta of that would be 138 units. It's a doubling of that. So that's at about 138 dwelling units would be the traffic.
I mean, I'd like to hear from the applicant on what their plans are, but I'm very familiar with that area, and there's no room to expand those roads. I mean, it's pretty, you know, you have what you have, and that's going to be about that. So if development came up here in the future, 414, that would just jam those streets.
Commissioners, you're addressing Live Local, right? You know, and that's always, I mean, there's not a developer that hasn't walked into the county that hasn't kind of threatened Live Local on zoning issues. We hear it every single day as the reason to approve whatever they're proposing that's something less than that. But the reality is you got to look at the market factors that drive Live Local. And whether or not they can make properties, put them under Live Local, and whether that's different than the market rate that they can command out there anyway. And so, you know, is it a threat? Yes. And they, you know, and if you also recall, they did hold a public hearing with the residents, and I'd like to hear from them on that on January the 6th. You know, but that's what the threat is that you give me this or I'm going to take even more under Live Local. And the reality is, I don't know whether they can do it or not, but it is state law. And so that's what you're kind of trying to balance. So.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you. Is there any reason why we don't have a score for the level of service? I would presume that by adding up to 270 units, it would certainly increase the level of service for traffic flow. But I just noticed on the traffic analysis, it just has NA for level of service.
Because we do not have, our counts that we get from, primarily from Fort Pinellas, that come through the long-range transportation plan, we don't have counts on those roadways.
Okay, thank you.
For level of service.
Commissioner Nowicki?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I think you kind of mentioned earlier, you know, that the site is, you know, bordered by these long-established, you know, single-family neighborhoods. Are there like tools that staff would normally expect to see or other things before recommending an increase in land use intensity? And there's some of those that are missing from this application?
Well, given the complexity of, as we see, as with doubling of the density that is currently there, and then the context surrounding it, it would be helpful to understand a little better of what commitments would be made ultimately of the development. With the land use going forward, as it's proposed now, it's simply a land use change from RU to RM. That's it. And whatever happens after that, we don't know. If there was a commitment, sometimes commitments are brought forward in say, a development agreement. This is an RPD zoning district, so a development master plan is ultimately required anyway. So having a development master plan that shows how the development would be guided and if there is affordable housing, what would those affordable housing parameters would be, what percentage of units would be affordable, at what, 120 AMI, 80 AMI, you know, what would that be? What would some of the, you know, the building heights on the property be? Those types of things helps, you know, there could be assurances that come out of that gives us a little more peace with the surrounding community, the types of buffering that could go into place, again, building heights, things like that. But we don't have that. We're reviewing based on the information that we have and what is proposed, which is a straight future land use map amendment from RU to RM.
And so thank you. And so if we move forward, you know, with this change in favor, let's say, but there's no concept plan, there's no buffering suggestions, We can't change, we can't go backwards, if they come in and say, hey, we want to go as full, as high, as possible, with no buffering and no design or anything that's good for the neighbors around them, we can't go back and change it.
It would have to be, that would be very unlikely that the owner would come back to rescind that.
But from the county's perspective,
No.
we would have to go.
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now we will hear from the applicant, Ms. Rubenstein and Mr. Yepes.
Hello, again, Lauren Rubenstein for the record with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson. And I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Bel Air Development Group, who is the contract purchaser for this property. I'd like to thank staff for their presentation and work on this. Always appreciate their thorough review and setting the stage. If we could have the presentation brought up.
Can you all bring the presentation up, please, in the back? There we go.
I think this was staff's presentation. I know there was one that was submitted previously by my partner Katie Cole before the LPA hearing, and I had some communication with the board, that the clerk, that one would be available. But we can do I can use the overhead, and we'll go through it.
If it wasn't resubmitted, we don't, it's on that
We
other
don't,
item.
we don't track past submittal, so it should have been submitted within the,
No, would it need to be emailed to us?
okay.
It's probably on the old item.
Not a problem.
Either you, if you can pull it up, Darylyn, or not.
I can probably just go through just as easily. It won't be quite as close, but. Let's see how it is. There we go, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so as staff mentioned, this property is located at 13400 Pine Street. It is currently vacant property. The land use is residential urban. The zoning is the Residential Plan Development RPD, which is very significant and something we'll talk about in depth. And the land area is 18.4 acres. So some history of the property, which again was touched on by staff just briefly, is there were prior county approvals on this property for a 207-unit affordable housing complex. And that approval ultimately was delayed, well, the development was delayed due to a dispute that came out regarding housing funding, some ownership issues, and the development was ultimately delayed and never came about to fruition. There was a quiet title action. I believe that paperwork was submitted as part of this application, which resolved the ownership issue, and the current owner has clear title through that quiet title action. And so now we're bringing forward this proposal, which includes a land use map amendment from RU to RM. So just to discuss that current request a little more in depth, certainly, we are requesting that future land use map amendment to residential medium, but keeping the residential plan development zoning in place. The proposed development would allow up to 15 units per acre under that new land use. If developed solely for single family, that would yield about 276 units per acre. Not per acre, I'm sorry, for the property. So that RPD zoning that's in place on the property, I think is very significant, and I'd like to touch on that because a lot of the concerns that you've heard from staff regarding the compatibility and the single-family residential that surrounds it, as well as concerns that were raised by the residents and communicated to you prior to this meeting and were raised at the neighborhood meeting that the applicant hosted on January 6th, deal with compatibility issues, the traffic, density overall, and how to address those. So your RPD zoning, of course, would require that master development plan that staff spoke about. That's something that would still need to come before you. So this is just the future land use map amendment. And while, I agree it would be helpful and it would be informative to have a RPD master development plan here with you today to go over, there are some issues on this property that just prevent that from being able to be done at this point. As you heard, it was a construction and debris disposal site previously, so there's a lot of geotechnical work that's been happening on the property, a lot of research in that, and trying to figure out exactly where those buildings could be, what they could look like. So prior to getting to the point where we could do an actual master development plan, which would address, certainly, under your code, it requires that it addresses buffers and additional setbacks from single-family residential properties. It allows for multiple housing types, which addresses a lot of the missing middle conversation and potentially a good fit for affordable housing on this site. But those would be addressed in that RPD process that would come before you. That still remains to be done. I'd also like to talk about the location of this property just in general. It is right off Almerton Road. It is a great location for a multifamily property in the sense of it's near transit. The two feeder roads that serve this property are Vaughn and Wilcox, I believe, and both of those meet the level of service requirements and criteria under the 2025 level of service, Pinellas County. So the future land use, RU versus RM, again, staff already went through this a lot. Very similar uses are permitted under the RM as the RU, which is currently on the property. The main difference is increasing that density, which would help fit this project and make it more appropriate for the multifamily workforce, affordable housing type project. So why residential medium fits best, right? It provides capacity for that multifamily workforce housing, as I just mentioned, supports mixed income community, consistent with your comprehensive plan policies. It's close to the transit, Almerton Road, and the beaches, so it has good access to employment and regional destinations, proximity to recreational opportunities. Largo's Southwest Recreation Center is nearby, and it's adjacent to the affordable housing complex that Heritage Oaks. It's directly west of Heritage Oaks that's being redeveloped and opening soon, a Pinellas County housing project, as well as a new fire station. It also really represents smart growth. It's something that's talked about at length in your comprehensive plan, but directing more medium residential density away from the coastal high hazard areas, away from the coastal storm area. And this project is out of both of those areas while still being in the western portion of Pinellas County and Mid-County, which we know has really limited opportunities for redevelopment, and especially at 18.5 acres, a true impactful multifamily project could go here to help serve that missing middle, that affordable housing component. Let's see if this gives you a close enough picture. This is across the street is affordable housing project, and then the fire station as well. And we did submit, of course, the traffic generation letter as part of this application. As staff mentioned, that it's really a a delta at this point because you're just looking at the residential urban to the residential medium future land use change. We don't have, as I talked about, a specific number of units that would be built on the property. Certainly the applicant can speak more to what his plans are, but until we're able to finish all that geotechnical research and come up with what that plan would look like and how it would be appropriately positioned on the property and what can be supported by the property there, then we don't really have real numbers to run down. But that, again, is something that would certainly come into play and be addressed in that RPD master plan. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for your time, and we would respectfully request your approval. We did receive support for this project from the Pinellas County Housing Authority. As I mentioned earlier, there was a neighborhood meeting on January 6th, which the residents attended, and a lot of the concerns that were raised are certainly related to that construction and debris landfill. Many of the residents are long-term, they've lived there a long time, and they have seen what has, taken place there, and they're concerned about housing. I can tell you all the environmental studies that have been done thus far have not found anything inconsistent with that only being construction debris. It's not dirty dirt. It's not something that would be hazardous to, building a apartment complex. So I just want to make sure that that is clear. A lot of the other concerns, of course, were about traffic and compatibility near single-family homes. And again, you heard that in the staff report. One of the main reasons for their recommendation of denial was the lack of assurances that previous applications had. Again, I'd point you to the fact that there is an RPD process that would happen in that master development plan to address those. And just to address one thing that the county administrator mentioned, the threat of live local, and I certainly don't want that to become a threat. I think that more productively, it's talked about as what those alternatives are, right? And we did receive confirmation from the county attorney's office last fall that RPD zoning would qualify for live local project. It could be done. The applicant will talk about that as, when he looks at this as an affordability housing project. But I think that the RM future land use designation is really more appropriate, right? It's looking at what fits. What's that next door to single family, next door to a affordable housing complex, some other institutional uses. The RM can be a very good, in between residential density, that mid-density in that location in western Mid-Pinellas County where we need to see some real housing opportunity. And this provides that. So I definitely don't want it to sound like a threat. I think that the RPD zoning with the master development plan is a great path forward for this project, but there is that opportunity out there. So we're not trying to hide the ball on that. And with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Yepes over to make his comments.
Yeah, start it back up.
Good morning, Carlos Yepes, Bel Air Development, 6654 78th Avenue North, for the record. I've been sworn. Just want to say that this property is very unique with regards to most of the properties that we develop, in the sense that the amount of construction debris that was put into this property is substantial. So far, we're doing all our due diligence. We've been in contact with the EP, a number of meetings with them, discussing the results of what we have. We have made an application for the brownfield designation, which will come before you. That would allow us some special tax credits to be able to remediate the site. There are some remediation conditions that we need to do. However, it's an extensive geological study has to be done to be able to place the buildings in this property. And that is the reason you don't have the map today, the master plan, or tell you how many units we're going to build. At this moment, we like to have more geotechnical GPR studies to understand the underground conditions better. We are going to develop it. It's not going to stay vacant. That is our plan. We're going to do it one way or the other. We're going to get it done. But we need time to get it all done. Part of the process was to get this land use amendment. And you all mentioned live local. Yes, that is an option out there for us. But we chose to proceed with this plan right now, to be able to bring a plan later to you, get the RPD plan, master plan, approved, and then built. So first step was to get the land use correctly, and that's the request we respectfully are requesting today. We had a public hearing with information meeting with the neighbors. We explained to them exactly what we're telling you today. We don't know the units. We are definitely just telling you that we haven't found anything that is toxic for a human person so far in the studies that we have. So we're going to continue doing studies for the next 2 months, and we'll be able to come up with a plan. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have any for me.
Any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Flowers? Or staff? Yeah, you have 5 minutes and 16 seconds for a rebuttal.
Okay. We'll say the 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All righty.
Thank you very much. So I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Even in order to qualify for a Brownsfield grant application, there has to be some form of remediation on the site. That remediation could or could not determine how much of the acreage is buildable and how much is not. So my question is, if that is the case, I didn't see anything regarding their geotechnical responses back from whatever firm they use. I think that's still in the works. Would it not be best for us to wait for that? Because that would assist us in determining whether or not 276 units are actually applicable. I support what the county is saying, but would that not go further to help us determine whether or not 276 units are applicable, or perhaps even fewer units than what our current ordinance says because of the viability or non-viability of that entire site?
Well,
Was that confusing?
No.
Okay.
No, you weren't, Commissioner Flowers. The additional information obviously is helpful in understanding what could be built on the site, whether or not units would and could be clustered into a particular area or not. I understand the issue with wanting to, do that legwork in advance before providing, before bringing forward the development master plan that's required by the zoning. I get that. Why it doesn't come together that, at the same time is, that's, I don't know. I mean, the choice has been made to go forward with the land use now and then to see what happens later. I'll note that the previous two approved development plans, there were already approved development plans, and, the site had been in the past a construction and debris site. So twice somebody went forward and, prepared development master plans regardless of that, in order to do that. The amount of housing units that could be built today with an affordable housing density bonus would be 207 dwelling units on the property. When it comes to compatibility, Heritage Oaks, that was mentioned as, hey, we've got affordable housing next door, we've got this higher density next door. Heritage Oaks has a land use designation of RU residential urban with a 7.5 dwelling unit per acre density. And they're an affordable housing development, so they can have up to an additional 50%. The subject property today could apply for an affordable housing density bonus and have just as much density awarded to it as could be awarded to the surrounding affordable housing project. So it's not, the change in land use doesn't get you closer to the affordable housing surrounding the property, it gets you twice as far as the affordable housing surrounding the property. Because that affordable housing, again, is developed at the same land use designation that's on the subject property.
Any other questions?
So
Commissioner Peters.
I have so if he were to go the Live Local route, does that now eliminate the ability to do that PD, whatever that is, the PRD?
It wouldn't be required. Under the Live Local Act, they could by right develop the additional units, which would, I don't know what the total is, but it would far exceed, the 414
Right.
that would be permitted.
But isn't there an advantage to doing that RPD? I think there's a great advantage to doing that RPD. So if we can work with them and come up with that master plan, I think that's so much better than taking the Live Local where we're not even a player. We don't even talk to them about anything. So I'm kind of like having our hand in this one versus everything taken away from us, which the state has allowed. So I don't know. That's just one of my thoughts.
Yeah.
Commissioner Scherer?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Peters on that. I'd like to be able to have some say in what they're going to do. They have a lot of streets surrounding them. Maybe we can get multiple access points so we don't have to put all the impact on one street or the other. There just seems like it would be better to have some say in what they're going to do rather than none. Also, from just a housing standpoint, our beach communities need housing in that area because people can't find any place to live out there and work on the beaches. And a lot of our employers, the sheriff, the 911, we need more housing out there as well. So I'd hate to slow this down by, I hate to slow this down. We need housing out there. We just do.
Barry?
So Commissioners, that's the reason I mentioned the Live Local, because they do have that under state law as an option, and it would be at a greater density. And to your point, Commissioner, we wouldn't have but this is the reason, this is a right development agreement, but that's not the path they chose. It would be nice for you to set and look at access points, look at the things and the improvements that, of the impacts of that when you're considering this. And that's the difficulty from a staff standpoint. So do you automatically provide for the higher that? Remember, you can move to a higher classification. There are certain pieces that have to come back, but they're also still eligible for density bonuses under affordable housing. So you're not just talking what's being proposed and allowed, but if you do affordable, they're still subject to that same affordable density bonuses that you could apply under the current property that would be compatible with Heritage Oaks and others. So that's the difficulty that we're in, to your point. We would like to work with the developer. We absolutely agree that we need housing in this area, and this site is ripe for redevelopment. It's the challenge on how you go about addressing it.
Any other questions or comments?
So I'm not, I want more, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So the staff is requesting denial. And I guess I'm not understanding the real reason on the denial, because I think if we could work on that master development plan with them, I just think there's a better way to get what our comprehensive plan and long-term range plan is versus not. And I'm not saying that we're being strong-armed or anything. I'm just saying I'm not sure I understand the real reason for the denial. And maybe I'm just not getting it because I'm not getting it. So if you could help me understand, when the rubber hits the road, why deny?
Because the density that the property enjoys today, we find is a density that fits very well into the neighborhood as it existed. It is a built-out neighborhood surrounding. In addition, when the argument of, Heritage Oaks, we need density because we could do something, affordable housing of a higher density. You could do Heritage Oaks today on this property. So I don't really understand that argument, why additional density is needed in order to do an affordable housing development. There's an affordable housing development under development, a neighborhood under development right next door under the same density. The surrounding neighborhoods to the north, west, and south are at about a 4 to 5 dwelling units per acre build out right now. The comprehensive plan does speak to concentrating and bringing into density into areas that are, high and dry, out of the CHHA, out of the CSA. Today, you could build a significant number of dwelling units on that property. So I think the comprehensive plan is already working to that regard. We have a land use in that area that fits in with what the comprehensive plan policy is directing to do. Staff felt that doubling the density above and beyond, far above and beyond what is already either allowed in the neighborhood or built out at in the neighborhood made it such to be incompatible with the surrounding community. And that was really the crux of our recommendation to you.
No, I get that, and I get that the neighbors would not like this. I get that. But if they have the ability to do live local, which I believe they do, then we have no say. Neighbors aren't going to get what they want anyways, but if we have a say-so in it, we might be able to help make sure the neighborhood stays a little more compatible. Traffic issues might be workable. I mean, we might be able to do some things to calm some of that stuff. But if we take ourselves out of the equation, then we got nothing. There's nothing we can offer those people.
Well, it actually, Live
So,
Local
and
does
that's what I'm
it.
saying. Am I wrong?
Yeah, Live Local they still have to meet traffic, they still have to address all of our local regulations. It really takes out the density issue.
Yeah, there'll be impacts that will need to be addressed as well.
So we'll still have
Okay.
some,
But we
say.
just won't have that master plan process.
And we won't have the master plan process, and we won't have the density be driven,
Okay.
by.
If I may add one thing, if this property stays RU or if it goes to RM, Live Local could still apply. I mean, in the future, this property, it could say, well, we could still go Live Local, because that's giving you a product, if it's even marketable, I don't know, or that's giving you a product that could look a lot different than the land use there today. Regardless of the land use, the property is zoned RPD, and that does require a development master plan. So if the property is RU, a development master plan needs to come forward, and you all get a chance to review that. If the property is RM, a development master plan comes forward. So either way, you should see a development master plan unless there was a rezoning request or something.
Unless it's Live Local, then we
Or
don't.
unless Live Local as well, that's correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I mean, personally, I'd like to see some more information before I'm comfortable with this in terms of what the plan is there. But if I heard what you said right, is based on the current land use, they could do Live Local anyways?
Yes.
All right, so part of me wonders why we're even having the discussion.
You don't have Live Local developments being built everywhere, because remember, you have to put 40% into affordable housing. You got to manage that, and then that's driving down from market rates. So you got to get that money from somewhere. So you got to be able to make that up from a business model. So do they want to do that? I don't know. I don't know what the economics are regarding driving that, because you've got market rate. Each area is going to have a different market rate. And then you overlay that with 40% of those being affordable units. Now, does that change? Does that make the project work or not?
I mean, putting 414 units right there would concern me without understanding how the traffic plan is going to be managed. That would be my big concern. But we may or may not have a say in that anyway.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Nowicki?
Thank you, Chair. So wouldn't it kind of makes sense. I mean, with the Live Local Act, they would still need to submit a site plan, geo plan, affordable housing, all of that stuff that they don't have today anyway. And so if the applicant is saying, oh, well, you know, we need to do all this stuff before we can give you what we're going to build, they can't go, if it's denied today, they can't go and apply for Live Local because they don't have the stuff that's even required that they're saying they can't give us, that they want to give us, but they can't because they need more time. So can't we say, hey, well, we'll give you a little bit more time, come back to us when you have these geo testing, because you can't even do Live Local anyway, because you still need a master development plan and a site plan to apply for Live Local, right?
Yes, now that would be obviously to the pleasure of the board. What is before you at the moment is simply the future land use map amendment. And so our recommendation is void of any sort of speculation on what Live Local or what would happen here. We're stewards of county policy and good county land use, and so that's been our recommendation is based on that. I understand there's a lot of unknowns out there. I'm looking at our county attorney. I think that a decision made would best be predicated on the land use in and of itself. So the land use's appropriateness, compliance with the comprehensive plan, consistency with the comprehensive plan, compatibility, which is always a big issue in a land use case decision. It's really those parameters of, is the land use appropriate or not? Is moving to that designation, considering what's surrounding land uses and surrounding development, does that make sense?
Correct, and I'm not, comfortable moving forward with it without, a master development plan, buffering affordable housing from the applicant, but trying to address some of the concerns that I'm hearing from my colleagues is that, well, they could go to Live Local, absent of us denying it, but I'm saying that, the applicant would still have to give a master plan, affordable housing, buffering to apply to Live Local. They would need all that stuff that they said they want to give us, but they just can't.
And having that additional information, one thing that we are trying to indicate in our report and in our presentation, maybe not so effectively, is that that additional information to go into the case, like it's not required to have a development agreement at this point. This is a land use. They don't have to do the zone. They don't have to do the development master plan at this point. But having that additional information can help us when we're looking at those issues of compatibility and how would this actually work. Is there buffering? What are the building heights? What's the amount of affordability? Where are the units going? What is the access, points that are being proposed? And we don't have any of that right now. And so we're really, we're looking at this at a very raw land use way of, we've got uses permitted under this category, uses in this category, density here, density there, what's the surrounding character, and a few other things. And we're working with the information that we have, which is sufficient to submit and make a request, but that's all we've got.
Correct, and I appreciate you saying that. I guess maybe I was just perhaps trying to add to the conversation that some of my colleagues are talking about with Live Local to say, well, they would still need all the things that they didn't submit to us, that they would need to submit to move forward with the Live Local Act. And maybe there's a middle ground somewhere that could be obtained so that everybody's happy, is all. Thank you.
Jewel?
Yeah, I'm just trying to lend Scott a hand here and get some clarification from our development review staff. And in fairness to Scott, he's not your staff that would be reviewing a development master plan or a site plan or things of that nature. That would fall to your development review staff. And in getting clarification from them, if you all approve the land use today and this moves forward under the regular land use and zoning that's provided for in the county comprehensive plan and zoning code, you would see a development master plan come back. Staff would deal with a site plan. You could make the change today. They could still move forward under Live Local. They can move forward under Live Local if you don't make the change. You would not see a development master plan if this moved forward under the Live Local Act. Staff would work with the applicant on a site plan, and that is still going to look at things like the internal roads to service the development, parking standards, buffering, things of that nature. Site plan would still address that. And I couldn't speak to the specifics, but when you have a development master plan, you're going to have more input into some of the issues that you all have spoken about today. But I just wanted to clarify, you would not see a development master plan come back to the board if this proceeded under Live Local.
Commissioner Scott, did you have a question or comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if we denied this today, is there a restriction on a period of time that they can come back? Joel?
I think it's 6 months. Yeah, I'm seeing nodding, 6 months.
6 months, okay.
You could say that you're denying without prejudice, right?
We've done something like that before.
And something could go back sooner than that. Or if there was a will to continue it, you can continue it to a date certain, and we could keep, having some discussions. But if you denied 6 months, if you deny without prejudice, is there any time limitation on that? I don't think so. I think if you deny without prejudice, they could come back within 6 months.
Okay.
Or again, you could continue it.
Got it, okay. That's kind of the direction I'm leaning right now, is that I make a motion that we deny without prejudice.
We should
Yeah,
have
we have
public
some
hearing,
public
yeah,
comment.
public comment.
Okay. All right, well, I'll hold that.
Commissioner Flowers?
I'm glad we're going to hear from the public on that, but that's one of the reasons why I was making the comments that I was, because there's still so many other variables within this that, for whatever reason, we don't have the additional information because they don't have to have it right now, but it certainly helps us make the decision to be a better informed decision. While I wholeheartedly agree that we need some housing that certainly is not in our high hazard coastal areas, I also know that when we have construction that's going on in communities where the fit is much tighter, then you also look at stormwater sewer drainage, not issues, but stormwater sewer concerns and things of that nature that still may impede some of the free flow of water should we have any flooding. You don't have to have a hurricane or whatever to have flooding. So that's kind of, Commissioner Scott, that's kind of why I was saying what I was saying, but I certainly want to hear from the public.
All right.
Chair.
Commissioner Scheer?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that, first of all, I don't like delaying projects. Speed can kill, and so can the lack of speed. We might lose this opportunity to see this property get cleaned up and develop, which it needs to be done. I hate to see us lose this housing, and over the idea that we need more information that we're going to be receiving on our master plan anyway. So I'd just like to see it move forward so we can get housing in there quicker and get the site cleaned up quicker and get approvals faster. So thank you.
All right. Now we have some public comment cards. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The first is Joe Jane Baldy.
Hi, I'm Joe Garibaldi. I've lived in this community area that you're talking about voting today for over half my life. I want to strongly recommend to you to turn this further development to higher density down. The 207 that they talked about was ruled quite a while ago. The density on this county, I think if you talk to any residents of Pinellas County, they will tell you, like I'm suggesting, that we're the highest density, people density in the state. The state rammed down Largo's throat down the end of 8th Avenue. Turned farmland or ranch land really into 480 units. So we're begging you to not allow this. In fact, I would like you to consider to go back to residential low that the whole area is in. And I think your people here that just spoke is really saying the same thing. This community where I live has very limited access. It's basically north and south. If you put in 270, even 204 homes right in the basic of that, you're going to cause a lot of untrue passage. They put the lights on Ulmerton recently, and they back up. The other thing is, please don't let them put massive buildings like they are completing, the developer, at the end of east end of the 8th Avenue with limited access. Joe Garibaldi, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Susie Orr.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Susie Orr, and my family has lived in this community for 55 years. In fact, we have 4 generations that currently live on Pine Street. Today, we're asking you not to approve the request to change from residential urban to residential median for the 18 acres that we're discussing. We have 3 points that we request that you revisit and rediscuss. The roads are full. We already live in a dense community. And lastly, the owner of the land can make $25 million without ruining our neighborhood. So let's get into each one of those. Can I have the overhead, please? So this is the 18 acres that we're talking about right here. So as you can see, that there's no roads that run east to west that connect to the major roads of Indian Rocks Road and Ulmerton Road. And that's because at the east or the west end is the cemetery, and at the other end is Taylor Park. So there are no roads that run this way. So to get out of our neighborhood, we need to go down Pine Street to 134th, out to this light at Ulmerton, or we need to go down to Wilcox, down to the light at Ulmerton. And those roads are already backed up. So if I want to go to Largo Mall, everybody knows where Largo Mall is, there's only 2 ways to get out. And if we add all of these houses, it's going to make it worse than it already is. If you approve this, you are adding 276 new houses and increasing exponentially the number of cars, approximately 400 in the neighborhood, that can only use these 2 or 3 roads to get out of. My niece currently lives at the corner of Pine Street and Dreyer, right here. There are several accidents every month at that corner. So when you guys finally get your traffic report, I urge you to look at that, because these are problems that are happening now. Okay, my point 2 is the overcrowding. So this is a current map of the area that we're talking about. This is the land right there. Pinellas County. Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Marva Perry.
Good morning. My name is Marva Perry. I'm a 75-year-old resident of Pinellas County, born here, 25-year Master Gardener volunteer for the county for 25 years, 22 years certified with the FNGLA as a certified horticulturalist and a landscape contractor. I have two complaints about this project. Number one, we don't want two affordable housing projects back to back. We already had Rainbow Village, had a time with cleaning up that, and we got that done. The issue with the brownfield. Everybody who have lived in this area, my parents moved to Largo in 1959. We have 3 lots right there on 134th Avenue. We seen what went on over there at Terra. Everybody knows that Terra is a brown field. When you have a business there for 30 years, you didn't dig 50 feet. They dig down over 200 feet on Terra. And I was told that part when they did the Tropicana Field, the gas plant area, they bought a lot of that soil down to Terra and they dumped it there. So we know that that place is a brown field. There's no question about it. And like he said, they already applied to have it designated as a brown field. The other thing is that they have already done reports. If you go back to 2004 when they turned this over to two guys to contract to build that affordable housing out there, the county gave them $3.4 million. They wasted that. County didn't get any of that back. And at the time, they told the county that it would take $10 million to clean up that site. So we know that that site is a problem. If you guys go back and read your own documentation, you'll find that. Also, in 2006, they had a study done where they bored down 50 feet, and they found out that that property was not stable enough to hold housing. It's an already known fact. Check your own records. It's known. It's on your own public records that that site cannot sustain housing of the nature that they have. So I wanted to say, make sure that you consider the people who live there. I live on Trotter. It takes me 5 minutes sometime right now to back out of my property to get to Ulmerton Road. And this is going to be a problem for all of the people who live in that community. We don't need this headache. We would like to see it cleaned up and the brownfield keep cleaned up, but we don't need all these extra houses in this area.
I have a question for you, Mrs. Perry.
Yes.
You mentioned that you are a master gardener here in Pinellas County. How long have you been a master gardener for?
25 years.
So you're pretty knowledgeable when it comes to soil.
Yes. I taught gardening at what is now the, right across from where the park is, the Dansville Park that they're building. Yeah. No. The extension is one place. They are building a Dansville Park that's not open yet. And I taught gardening there. They asked me to teach gardening again, and I walked the property. I seen asphalt down on the property. Being that I'm certified, I took samples over to Applied Labs in Tampa and had the soil tested. The soil came back that there was arsenic and all kinds of sedatives and elements in that field that we could not use that property. You can ask Paul Cozy over Parks and Recs. He got the report. So we know it. So I don't care what nobody say. I live there. I lived across the street. I seen what they did. I'm not saying that, and that January 6th meeting, that was not advertised to anybody. Did you all send out anything to anybody to come to a January 6th meeting? No. You didn't send out anything. Nobody was notified in the community that there was going to have a January 6th meeting. Only a few people knew because they sent a notice to people who was connected with the Friends of Ridgecrest. Those are the only people who knew. My sisters lived there on 134. They didn't get no letter from you guys that you was having a public meeting about this. That's a lie. Tell you it's a lie to your face, because it's a lie. You people need to understand what's really going on. You can't build out there anyway. They did borings down 50, 60 feet in 2006 and found out that the land was unstable. So you think it's going to change all of a sudden, that it's going to be stable, that you can build something out there like that? It's not. And as far as live local, get some guts. Other counties and other cities have fought against live local. Get some guts. You're going to have live local. You don't have to bow the knee every time they come to you for live local. Get some guts.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Perry. Next, we have Charles Longley.
She is a hard act to follow. My name's Charles Longley. I'm a retired boat builder, a licensed boat captain. I live in Largo and my property borders the parcel in question. I've lived here for over 40 years, as my wife is the original owner of the house from 1972. A company called Terra Excavating owned the property at that time. They had been there several years. The property was primarily used as a dump site for building materials and chemical waste products. Dump trucks were constantly rolling in and out of the gates there all day and all night, dumping their loads. I personally witnessed the dumping of toxic materials on several occasions, including 55-gallon drums of toxic chemicals. After heavy rains, a brown toxic foam would appear in a runoff stream that would form on the west side of my property. I had the water tested in March of 2011 by the city of Largo, and they found high levels of toluenes, a nasty chemical used in manufacturing, in the water, but they told me they couldn't do anything about it as it was county property. The reason I'm here today is because I never want to see this property developed, because I know what is buried there. If it were developed, the land would have to be dug up and completely sanitized, costing millions of dollars. Also, our quiet, peaceful neighborhood would be disrupted for years with noise, toxic dust, and congestion. Traffic lights and road access would have to be installed. Nobody in this neighborhood wants this. And after hearing the proposal, you know, in the proposal it was mentioned 5 home units per acre in the neighborhood. They want to triple that in that confined 18 acres. That's an absurd number of density, in my opinion. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, and I apologize, Clara Marzinski. All right.
What time is it? Okay, good afternoon. My name is Clara Merzinski, and I live at 2800 Fulton Street in southwestern Largo. I urge you to deny this land use for the former Terra Excavating, a poorly managed with no liner brownfield site, especially given its proximity to the ongoing Rainbow Village development, or redevelopment, excuse me. These two major housing projects are virtually next door to each other, less than half a mile apart in a tight-knit Ridgecrest area. Rainbow Village is already expanding to about 400 units across the 4 phases, bringing hundreds more residents to our already saturated neighborhood. Adding the terrace site proposed 276 base units, or up to maybe 414 or more, or cram over 1,000 or more people into an area less than a mile in diameter. This isn't sustainable. Ulmerton, Pine Street, 134th Avenue, and Trotter Road are already congested. It's been projected 627 more daily trips with Terra alone. This is not including all phases of Rainbow Village when it is completed. Flooding has become an issue in this area, and our schools, utilities, and emergency services cannot handle this strain. There is no school bus service for this area, which is zoned for Ridgecrest Elementary. It is a recipe for reduced quality of life, safety risk, and infrastructure overload in this already densely populated community. The developer claims extensive testing, but there is no public record of it. My husband has taken aerial drone shots of Terra since January of 2025. No evidence of testing has been witnessed either from this or from my neighbors whose properties are right up against Terra. Then there are the massive decades of old Brazilian pepper plant overgrowth. Removing it improperly poses real community health risk. It will release irritants, causing rashes and respiratory issues. Residential areas like ours need geotechnical certainty, not assumptions. We pride ourselves in being YIMBYs. We celebrated Rainbow Village's redevelopment and concur it's been a long time coming. But developing Terra is too close in proximity to it, and it is for these reasons I respectfully ask you to please deny this request. Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the public that would wish to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, what is the wish of the board? Oh, I apologize. The applicant has 5 minutes and
6
16.
minutes and 31 seconds.
I thought it was 5:16.
That's for staff. Staff got 5:16, they have 6:31.
Okay. You are recognized, Ms. Rubenstein.
Give me just a second, hold on, let me set my clock.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, how do I get my 16 minutes?
You're recognized.
Thank you. So just to address a couple of those concerns, the neighborhood meeting, and I apologize, I don't have all the details, but that was hosted with staff. I'm sure they can speak to how they notified residents, but that was done in conjunction with staff on that January 6th. As far as the Brownsfield, you heard from the applicant, they're in the process of that. Of course, the required remediation will have to be done in order for the project to be developed. All of those issues will have to be addressed. I certainly understand those concerns from the neighborhood and would assure them that those will be properly addressed for any development on this property. Providing a path forward at this stage on approving this future land use request does give the developer some assurances as far as density on the property and what he would be looking to do there. So while I certainly understand development agreements have been talked about, coming back with the RPD at the same time has been talked about, but in order for them to move forward and continue with this geotechnical research and continue with their, expense in coming up with the plan for the development, certainly this is like the first stage, first approval to get that validation of those number of units and what would be permitted on site, short of course, the Live Local. And, I respect and appreciate Commissioner Peters' comments on, going to Live Local, that's purely an administrative site plan review, does take the commission a little bit out of the equation. And I think there are some real advantages to that RPD master plan coming back before you for input, especially in light of the community's concerns and being able to address those appropriately. So happy to answer any questions. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
I did have a question.
Commissioner Scheer?
Thank you, Chair. The applicant, has the applicant purchased the properties under contract?
It's under contract.
So just thinking that you probably have time constraints in your contract where you need to get answers, things need to happen by certain times, or you'll lose the contract to purchase the property and develop the property.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would make a motion to deny without prejudice.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Okay, I didn't have any
Public comment
cards,
is
and I asked for comments. Did he already speak?
Yeah, he already spoke.
He spoke already.
Sir, did you already speak?
I did, but I did not use my 3 minutes, so can I?
If you already spoke, we can't call you back. I apologize. So no more questions or comments from the board? Please pull up the item 11.
Just to clarify, it's a motion to deny, so you're approving the denial. One to clarify. Okay.
Motion passes to deny 4-2.
All right.
Next, we'll move to agenda item 12.
Agenda item number 12 is a petition of Pinellas County Land Assembly Trust Lellman Housing Finance Authority to vacate 3-foot public utility easements located within lots 1 through 5 and lots 11 through 16, 4058th Avenue North, Magnolia Park Subdivision, Plat Book 19, page 16, lying in section 343016, Pinellas County, Florida. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying I do. The public hearing is properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
What is the wish of the board?
Second.
Seeing no comments, please pull the board up. Motion passes unanimously. Item 13.
Agenda item number 13 is a proposed resolution to adopt an increased solid waste tipping fee for fiscal year 2026. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
What is the wish of the board?
Second.
Any questions or comments? Please pull the agenda item up. Motion passes 5-1. Agenda item 14.
Agenda item number 14 is a proposed ordinance amending section 11832 of the Pinellas County Code relating to the tourist development plan. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
What is the wish of the board? All right, seeing no questions or comments, please pull the item up. Motion passes unanimously. So this used to be my favorite portion of the meeting. But I got word that lunch is here. Would y'all like to break for lunch? All right, so we will come back at, y'all want to do 10 after 1? All right, we're in informal recess until then. next, let's take up the consent agenda, items 15 through 36. All right, we can take a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Consent agenda is approved. Now for the regular agenda, item 37.
Item 37 is a public transportation grant with the Florida Department of Transportation for the parking garage at St. Pete Clearwater International Airport.
Can we bring the board up for 37?
Can we just go ahead with a voice vote for that?
All in favor of agenda item 37? Aye. Motion passes. 38.
Item 38 is reappointment of special magistrate candidates pursuant to Pinellas County Code, Chapter 2. This is for our code enforcement special magistrates.
What is the will of the board? All right. Is the board working? And that passes unanimously. Now to 39.
Item 39 are revisions to the capital projects funding program guidelines from the Tourist Development Council for years 20 to 26. I do have one change to that. So it's correct on here, and down under item 8, it says eliminate defined point system, but keeping the same evaluation criteria. There was a provision in the on the document, though, on your attachment, that says the evaluation criteria in the Tourism Development Program red line version should not have been struck. So it says to the extent that capital projects achieve geographic distribution for the funding throughout Pinellas County, that should not have been stricken, because you do want the geographic distribution. So with taking off that as being a strike through, we recommend approval.
I was going to ask a question. But...
Did we have a second? Okay. Commissioner Nowicki, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. So the strike through of the geographical location, so that would continue to penalize the city of St. Pete and Clearwater for projects coming out of there?
Well, since I wasn't part of that discussion, Brian Loax on his way up to answer those questions.
Thank you.
Brian Loack, Visit St. Pete Clearwater. On the contrary, Commissioner, and what we did was we kept geographical distribution in there as a rating criteria, but we struck the defined point system. So now we know, and we want folks to know when they apply that, we're going to be considering geographical distribution to make sure we spread projects out, hopefully across the county. But no one will be penalized because of where they're located.
Perfect.
Great.
Thank you.
Commissioner Flowers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have just a small concern with number 5, established minimum annual attendance of 25,000. That I don't have a problem with, but I do have a concern with the room night of 10,000 requirement. You know why I'm asking. The Woodson African American Museum, typically when people come to the Woodson, and we're hopeful that there'll be a new Woodson, but we don't know how long that'll be and all that other good stuff. But typically when people come to the Woodson, they're not just coming to the Woodson, they don't come to the Woodson specifically. They may be here to see the Dali, and as a result, so the tracking wouldn't be that there are room nights associated with a specific exhibit. See what I'm saying? Like with the Dali, when they have certain exhibits, persons come specifically for that. With the Woodson, they have their normal art displays, but then they piggyback on the art walk that happens on Saturdays and Sundays, or something else may be going on in the community, the Collard Green Festival, so people are coming. So they're not going to hit those 10,000 requirement eligibility room nights, nor would some others. So I'm sharing my concern, and is there a way to address that? Because I am going to ask them to, I'm going to ask us to consider assisting them with construction and development for a new museum. So this would disqualify them.
Yes, so in the current guidelines, prior to these recommended changes, we had a tiered system, and the lowest tier is the 25,000 annual attendees and the 10,000 room nights. So our recommendation is we keep the lowest tier, like the entry level, we keep that as the floor, which is what that is.
But
So
the-
it wouldn't be addressed any differently.
Yeah, so the option or the opportunity that was had before, because I believe it was Chihuly that came in, was it Chihuly that came in and they were requesting to go outside of the parameters because of whatever. So that opportunity goes away, or that desire or request to come before the board to request consideration. That goes.
Yeah, we did take out the, if you do not meet any or all of these criteria, or you're requesting over $10 million in funding, you go to the BCC separately, request a waiver from the program. We did remove that from the guidelines.
So nothing against the TDC, but I can't support that in this. We have so many different organizations that they're building. They don't have the capacity to create something that may necessarily get them independently to where people would come and it would provide 10,000 room nights. That's a lot of room nights. So anyway, that's the only reason why I can't support this, because I just believe that there has to be a way that we can support and assist those individuals rather than, because, you know, the Dali started out small. They started out right over there at the University of South Florida in a little teeny tiny room. When I was on city council, we gave them money to help build and expand, and they forged a partnership with the actual Dali family. They started getting in larger exhibits. And so now they're huge, they're big, but there are others who may not have that opportunity. So it's not personal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, I wanted to see where the board wanted to go with this.
Thank you again, Chair. And I guess to maybe piggyback a little bit off of what Commissioner Flowers is saying, so like, let's say like the Phillies project, or, you know, the Rays, you know, like, so removing the waiver per se when it's like over a certain amount, I mean, how does that like, can, you know, 'cause the Rays, I mean, they wanted $100 million.
So to specifically address your question there with the Phillies or the Rays or a large project like that, one of the other clarifications that we are recommending in the guidelines is that we remove those projects. Those projects go through a different process anyways. They don't come through the capital funding process that we're doing here. So one of the changes that we have in our recommendations is to wipe that right out of the guidelines, because right now it references those as non-eligible projects under this program, and so we're striking those. So this has nothing to do with those projects. This is only related to projects defined in Category D in your tourist development plan.
It's like the Rays came and like asked for a waiver, or no?
No, they don't go through, that's handled separately, and that has nothing to do with the capital project funding guidelines that
So
we're.
Rays, Blue Jays, Phillies, those come directly to us. I get direction directly from the commission. This is an advisory board to the commission. Therefore, we take it to them for advisory information, but it's not part of the same process where TDC evaluates it.
Okay, I just want to make sure like those large projects aren't going to be impacted by
Correct.
these changes.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Commissioner Peters?
So on the park facilities, so does that include like Fort DeSoto or Sand Key? Beach park facilities. So then the county can be the applicant? It doesn't have to be somebody else that owns that, or a nonprofit that's gonna,
Correct, it can be the county, it can be a municipality, anyone who with a beach park facility. If it's a non-county applicant, then we would require a one-to-one match. If it's the county's applicant, we would not require the one-to-one match.
okay. So if Sunset Beach wanted to replace that pavilion that got destroyed, that kind of, because they use that for weddings and blah, 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 and so it's a beach park facility, and that would apply.
It's a beach park facility that they can demonstrate. It's a tourism generating
Yeah,
Beach
they,
Park
it's a bunch of wedding that come, so they would be a, that kind of thing. So what about like walkovers, beach walkovers and stuff like that?
So we did not specifically define the beach park facilities because it's a little bit unclear of what could be, and we don't want to list out what
Yeah,
what
so
could be. So
all those walkovers got destroyed. And so if Treasure Island brings in so many hotel nights and St. Pete Beach brings in so many hotel nights, and Clearwater Beach I don't think has walkovers, but doesn't that, if they're generating those room nights anyways, would that then apply for those walkovers?
we will take any of these, we'll have discussions with potential applicants for projects, and we will discuss with the county attorney's office to get their initial input on what they believe would be eligible via state statute.
Because I know we also
And
talked about
Commissioner-
lifeguards too.
Yeah, but Commissioner, also those walkovers were all FEMA eligible for reimbursement.
Yeah, I know. And when they get their money, they're going to decide where it's all going, so, just saying.
I would also kind of just point your attention on this last one, that they, one of the other changes are we're asking for, in the past, it's been just, we open it up, applicants ask for as much money as they ask for. And what we're suggesting here is that prior to opening up, we get direction from you guys on a defined pot of allocation that you're willing to invest in these projects, and a portion of that will be defined by you all on how much would be set aside for beach park facilities. So all those projects that come in, they would compete against each other for that funding pot.
Okay. All right. And lifeguards, was that included in this or not?
It was not.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we had a motion and a second. Please pull up the board. Motion passes 5-1. And I apologize, we had a comment card on an agenda item 28. Joshua Uwalti, and I apologize, sir.
Good day, everyone, and that's quite all right. I'll take just a quick moment of your time, only because item 28 and that contract, as well as Pinellas, means a lot to us. My name is Joshua Veltri, and I'm representing SecureTech of Florida, LLC, along with our owner, Mr. John Xanthos. We are here in support of the agenda item. It's 25-0996A for the award of a bid to SecureTech of Florida, LLC, for security services at county locations. We'd like to thank the county commissioners, county staff, citizens, the deputies, as well as the county procurement team. They withheld a compliant and smooth process for all bidders. I'm too fast. The SecureTech family of companies operates throughout 39 states. However, Florida is our home. Our first field office was established in Pinellas County. We're honored to be awarded this bid today, and we are honored to provide security services for your county. I'll leave you my business card up front for the record. We're available day or night. Thank you all very much for your time. We appreciate you.
Thank you for being here, and I apologize again. Next, agenda item 41.
This resolution is adopting the MSTU project funding guidelines that we previously presented to you.
What is the will of the board? Seeing no comments, please pull up the board. Motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 42.
This is NMSTU for Whispering Souls African American Cemetery to support irrigation infrastructure and the acquisition of a storage shed, $6,225.
Please pull up the board. Passes unanimously, 43.
This is the acceptance of the City of Dunedin's downtown community development, downtown community redevelopment area midterm review report into the record. Bob was here, but I see he has since left. But this is just our mid-review report for your consideration. You really can't make any changes. Yeah, you're just accepting it. They've issued debt. You can't change their plans. That's the reason we didn't bring them in for further discussion.
All right, seeing no discussion, please pull up the board. Passes unanimously. Item 44.
Affordable housing project. This is a 90 apartments. Recommendation is $6.7 million, a penny for Pinellas funds for 204 multifamily apartments located in St. Petersburg, 122 of those being 80% or below, 82 at market rate. This will take up 85 million of the 99 million that we have committed to under our affordable housing program. 6 years into this decade.
What is the will of the board? Seeing no discussion, please pull up the board. Passes unanimously. Item 45.
This is the Second Amendment to Boyd Centers for the permanent supportive housing. This is one-time funding in the amount not to exceed $907,000. And this is in response to the things we discussed with you previously.
Seeing no discussion, please pull up the board. Passes unanimously, 46.
Second Amendment to an agreement with Playmore West. This is for recreational products for playground removal and installation. This is equipment at 13 playground locations.
Please pull up the board. Passes unanimously, 47.
This is an agreement with the organizations listed here. This is actually for PSTA, but we have to provide permission for them to advertise in our right-of-way.
Passes unanimously, 48.
An amendment to the advanced life support first responder agreements with 3 municipalities. This is Madeira Beach for the Reddington Station EMS station, for Dunedin at the Major Incident Support Unit, and then a small piece in Clearwater.
Please pull up the board. Passes unanimously, 49.
Issuance of 1 new certificate of public convenience and necessity for a non-medical wheelchair stretcher van service. The firm's completed the application, meets the criteria.
Please pull up the board. I'm a yes.
Resolution to improve the Emergency Medical Services Water Rescue Grant Program. This is always a pass-through grant, but it's to increase it from $300,000 to $400,000. Safety and Emergency Services. Dave Hare is here, who's coming in at the end of the month as a new acting director. If you have any questions.
I'm a yes.
Jim Fogarty is retiring at the end of the month.
Passes unanimously, 51.
Item 51 is the proposed initiation of litigation. In the reference case, it's a foreclosure on a special magistrate lien.
Please pull up the board. I'm a yes. Passes unanimously, 52.
It's also proposed initiation of litigation in a case seeking foreclosure on a special magistrate lien.
Please pull up the board. Passes unanimously, 53.
53, I believe the confidential memorandum was circulated and discussed. Christy Pemberton came and met with each of you, and I believe Jules spoke with you, Commissioner Flowers, today. And we're seeking your approval of the proposed settlement as reflected in that confidential memorandum.
Please pull up the board. I just had that.
I just got that too. Under county attorney reports, we have another item that was discussed with you by our litigation manager, Christy Pemberton, and Commissioner Flowers. Jules spoke with you today. This was a proposed settlement that we are seeking your action as referenced in the confidential memorandum. That's all I have today.
Okay, 55, under my report, a couple things. One, reminder that we have Tampa Bay Days next Wednesday in Tallahassee, so several commissioners and staff will be up there. On February 5th, we have strategic planning at a Magnolia Room. I also wanted to let you know we're going to be hosting employee forums. It's where we go out and meet with all the staff throughout the county. We have a large staff, so that is a large undertaking, so that's going to occur for about the next 4 weeks. So there'll be a lot of various meetings at staff, but it's very important for us as you talk about the priorities and things that we be able to communicate those items directly with our staff, hear their concerns, and have that direct interaction. We'll be both meeting with employees and separately with our managers. And then on the 14th, we did our budget kickoff meeting with all of our senior staff, and it's scary to think about budget season, but we're already beginning that process. That's how long it takes. So we discussed a lot of the things that are on the table, what's happening in Tallahassee, what's happening within our own budget forecast and the board's priorities. So we began that process. And then finally, knock on wood, but we had on the 12th, had a very good meeting with the Corps of Engineers. Brian, Commissioner Scott may be, speaking to this more, but, Representative Luna has, her staff has really been instrumental in trying to get the Corps of Engineers to come off some of their policies. They were saying the right things for the first time ever. And so I just wanted to share that. And it did sound like they meant it, which is what Commissioner Scott said. They're pushing, it's actually Department of the Army, and it's the secretaries pushing the Corps of Engineers, which reports to the Department of Army, on some of these items. And so it's very good news. The fact that you're asking somebody for an easement that says that we can go onto your property, it was never intended that way, but that's the way they took it, and that's the reason people wouldn't sign easements. There's a lot of reasons why people sign easements, but that's a major one, and they're willing to look at the language on those things. So I only tell you that to keep you, informed. We have future meetings scheduled with them. They're supposed to bring back items for discussion. So we're hopeful at this point that we can actually make progress on this and put a permanent solution in place that we document. And they even said this, to make sure we put this in place to where somebody else in the future can't interpret it differently, which is exactly what happened in this situation. So just wanted to give you an update on that. It is good news. It's not done at all, but we certainly made progress.
Yeah, we did. That's a great summary, Barry. You know, the Milton Boyd kind of just started the meeting out, and he said, well, before we even get going, he kind of cut us off a little bit, and he said, I just want to sort of set the tone of the meeting, and basically said, you know, we're okay with, you know, where sand has to be put adjacent to private property where there is an easement, we're okay with you paying for that. And that right there was almost fell out of our seats, right? Yeah, that's right.
It's
Same
different.
is.
Yeah.
Okay, so, so that right there was almost a, you know, we about fell over just hearing that. And as far as the you know, the easement language and things, if there's, we have, as you look up and down the beaches, there's several municipalities that already have ordinances on the books that guarantee public access. And if they can point to an ordinance, then they don't even, then it satisfies them. Right, right. So there's significant movement on their part, and still probably some legwork that we're going to have to do on our part to encourage some of these municipalities that may not have an ordinance already in place. We may need to get them to pass something. But that discussion continues. I think we have a follow-up with them, I think, February 10th.
Yeah, we do.
And then I will be up at NACO. Commissioner Scheer will be there as well. And we're going to be meeting with them at the Pentagon as well. So really, really good news. And we'll just, you know, keep chipping away at it. But I feel like we're finally getting somewhere.
And this is a lot of efforts. Commissioner Peters put a lot of time into helping educate our federal delegation. So it's been a process. Kelly's lived with this for so long. You know, I mean, there is a lot of work still to be done. This is not that easy. It's not just as easy as adopting an ordinance. There's legal considerations and things like that we have to dig into, but there's some pathways here. And so we need to figure out the pathway and package that to where we can actually deliver on this. So thank you. It is very good news, and it was a productive meeting. And they took them out on site. You know, they loaded them up in vans. Kelly did, and her team, and they took them out to where they can actually see it. And they were like shocked that, you know, I mean, they don't understand until you get on the ground. So we were thankful for them taking their time to come down. It's not hard to get somebody to come down from Washington, you know, at sub-zero weather. But they took the time to come down and meet with us face-to-face and go out and actually visit on site and see what we're talking about. Now, as we have future conversations, they'll be able to reflect on that in much greater detail, and I think it was very, very productive. So wanted to just give you an update on that, and that concludes my report.
All righty, agenda item 56. Emergency Medical Services Advisory Council. All right. All in favor? Any opposed? Congratulations, Captain. See that approved. Item 57.
Move approval of the two candidates that are listed.
I second that motion. I did reach out to the executive director just to ask her about attendance, because I had gotten a couple of calls, but she did verify one was 5 out of 6 meetings, the other was 4 out of 6, which falls in line with their board policies.
All righty. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? See that passed. Agenda item 58, new business. Commissioner Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, well, since our last meeting, I had 4 Pinellas work session and board meeting last week, and Commissioner Eggers has stepped down from that board, and I will be replacing him as vice chair in our meeting next month. We plan to give him a good and proper send-off. And speaking of good and proper send-offs, I had my final TDC meeting last month, and Brian and the team It gave me a great send-off, and I just really enjoyed working with the team. I felt like I was part of the team last year with TDC, and just really great group of people. Brian does an awesome job, and you know, when you go out and you travel with them and you go on these sales missions, and you realize just how hard they really do work to promote this destination, and they're doing great work. So I will definitely miss them. We just updated you on the meeting with the Corps. I had a chat with Representative Linda Cheney at one of the governor's press conferences, I don't know, a week or two ago, and her and I were talking about, you know, Dunedin Causeway and the desire to see if DOT would take that over. So she whips out her phone and calls Justin at FDOT and says, hey, the county wants you to take this over. And he says, well, yeah, I'm open to that, but we got to trade something.
Not Gulf Boulevard.
No, it wasn't that. What he did say, though, was it doesn't necessarily have to be an even trade, but he's looking at this district from a just kind of holistic standpoint. DOT is good at doing really big things, but they hate maintaining a mile here and a little piece over there. He said, put together some things, right, that you can take off of my hand and make it easier for me, and let me worry about the big stuff. So
we agree with that, staff. We've discussed that, and we have proposed items, but Kelly just, I think, left. We'll follow up with her and with Justin on that. Absolutely.
Okay, so that was the message straight from Justin. So,
Great.
All right, so there's that. Let's see. Had the privilege to deliver right before Christmas the first recovery check to a family in Seminole, so that was a lot of fun. Those are the fun things we get to do, right? So I really enjoyed that. Also joined the Lellman Fire District team along with Commissioner Flowers for the push-in ceremony for the new fire engine at Station 19. Let's see, attended the governor's press conference at the Coast Guard Station to share support for more transparency in government attended by Rep. Luna, as well as the governor on talking about her bill to ban congressional stock trading and the governor's desire to put some things in place in the state as well. Had the opportunity last week to speak to the leadership Pinellas class of 2026 about county government, give them an update. I did that at PSDA after they were done touring their facilities there. That was a lot of fun. Attended the Visit St. Pete Clearwater Partner Summit at the Clearwater Aquarium, along with Commissioner Eggers. And this weekend, I attended the Tarpon Springs MLK breakfast, which was great. And just thinking ahead to strategic planning, I'd like us to, one of the things I want to bring up is start by thinking about is, particularly as we get into budget discussions, is define what a core function of government is, and really kind of look, as we're looking at departments and programs and line items, is this a core function of government or not? And should we be doing it? If it is, are we doing it the right way? And are there better ways of doing it? So just some food for thought in advance of our strategic planning meeting. So, yep. So with that, that's my report.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nowicki.
Thank you, Chair. I toured Sawgrass Lake Park with Paul and a constituent, and learning about the park and some issues that he's been working on with Commissioner Peters and her office. And so hats off to Commissioner Peters for working hard with constituents to improve Sawgrass Lake Park. I attended the Martin Luther King breakfast with Commissioner Flowers yesterday, and she did a great job reading the proclamation signed by everybody and represented the board very well. So hats off to her. I met with the Office of Human Rights last week and learned a little bit more about what they do. And for me, I didn't know that landlords could reach out to the Office of Human Rights if they feel that they have a tenant, that's abusing, support animal, or that's abusing, an abusive tenant. The landlord can file a complaint against a tenant. So that was something that I didn't know, and I said, well, maybe you guys should promote that a little bit more, because I've been a realtor for a decade now in Pinellas County, and I didn't know landlords had rights like that. So it They're also open to changing the name. You know, I suggested Office of Equal Enforcement, and that didn't seem to bat an eye. So I know that's something we've talked about here at the dais. I thought it was good. Had a licensing board meeting where we'll be updating our CPR requirements and regulations. The state scaled back CPR requirements that you only need one, like certified CPR person in a daycare. And so, but there's a local carve out where we had two, bless you, where we had two CPR licensed professionals. And so we're able to have a local regulation that will help protect infants and babies by having two registered CPR staff members on site. I had an onboarding with Brad Miller over at PSTA, so looking forward to joining the board there. I met with our communications director. I sent out an email to, everybody a little bit after Christmas, how, there was a lack of a Merry Christmas post from our social media. And so our, communications director was gracious enough to meet with me, kind of show me their facilities and what they do. And he said, as long as the board is supportive of doing a Merry Christmas post, they'll be happy to make a Merry Christmas post in 2026. So, I don't know if, we give a thumbs up or if anybody doesn't support Merry Christmas, I guess now's your time to let it be known or hold your peace. So I'm looking forward to Merry Christmas in 2026. And then lastly, as Commissioner, Scott brought off, having our strategic planning, I think it's worth looking at our, comprehensive plan. And even today, had agenda item number 5, agenda item number 11, both where we talked about our comprehensive plan. And so I think, we have a new board and new direction. And so I think it's worthwhile to maybe hold a workshop on our comprehensive plan and to see what that looks like. So maybe there'll be support for, a future workshop on looking at our comprehensive plan. And with that, Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Maybe with the board's approval before Christmas, we can discuss posting your poem online, your Christmas poem that you so eloquently wrote and read to us. Commissioner Peters.
I want to thank Paul Causey as well. He's just doing a really great job, and I appreciate all the effort that he's doing. I joined Forward Pinellas. That was my first workshop meeting. I was on it last year for one meeting and then was taken off, so put back on. But I had other things to report, but not a whole lot since the holidays, so I'll move that on to the next person.
Commissioner Scheer.
Mike, please.
Mike.
On January the 6th, I also attended Governor DeSantis and Representative Luna's meeting, a press conference to describe their fight against insider trading, which I think is huge. I think that's something worthy of their cause. I also met with the Wentworth Community Homeowners Association meeting up in the East Lake Woodlands area, just to hear their issues and visit with people up there that don't get a lot of our attention because they're far away from downtown Clearwater. Anyway, that was a good informative meeting to see where their concerns are. On the 7th, I attended my first PSTA meeting, executive meeting. I'm new on the executive committee, and it was good to meet those, work with them. And Commissioner Nowicki was elected to serve on the legislative committee for the PSTA at that meeting. So I thought that, and I actually proposed you. So there you go. Just thought you should know where that came from.
Now you need to go to Tallahassee.
Go to Tallahassee. Also, on the 7th, I attended my Early Learning Coalition board meeting with Commissioner Nowicki. On the 14th, I attended our Ford Pinellas workshop meetings. That was good to have a workshop with Ford Pinellas. We don't do that very often. It was good. On the 16th of January, I had a good meeting in my office with Yashira Gonzalez and Tim Burns, who are Pinellas County staff, and they're charged with preparing the meetings for the Pinellas County Safety Council, which, as you may or may not know, the work is supposed to work towards preventing recidivism and also coordination of our safety net, our social services. And so we had about an hour and a half talk about what the goals for this council should be and how we're going to work with the other community leaders to make them happen once we decide what we really want to focus on this year. I also, on the 16th, I had a nice long conversation with John Holback, who is the new incoming chair for the Palm Harbor Community Services for FIXA. He's got a great vision for that organization and what they're doing, and I was happy to confirm that the YMCA war is over and that the factions of the Latvala Eggers factions are all at peace, which is good.
For now.
So that was good to know. And then also later that day, I met again with Yashira and Tim and also Karen at the Safe Harbor and over at the Government Center on 49th Street. And I toured those facilities to see how they're doing, taking care of our homeless people who don't have a place to sleep. And it was an eye-opening experience, but also I was glad to see it was there. So that's part of the Safety Council's priority, is to get people to places they should go, and I'm just glad that resource is there. And then last Saturday night, I attended the USF celebration reception for outgoing President Rhea Law. That was a great event. She's done so much for USF, and she used to be my attorney many years ago, and I hadn't seen her in a long time. It was great to see so many people there. And while I was there, I had the opportunity to meet with several board members and let them know how important USF is to Pinellas County, because I believe that it is. I love our St. Pete campus. So I let them know that if they need the Pinellas County Commission to give us a call, because we don't hear from them much, but they're very important to us. So on the strategic planning meeting, myself, I would like to say I'm looking forward to the meeting. One of the things that I would like to focus on is our legislative agenda. I thought we need to do a better job. Our agenda, to me, seems a little unspecific. And I think this year it would be nice to actually come up with some specific things that we want to accomplish at the agenda. Maybe even come up with some own bills that we want to push to help us here in Pinellas County. I got a few ideas on that. And then if we could do that, it'd be great. I also wanted to look at the our mission statement and what Commissioner Nowicki proposed, and I'm just looking forward to that meeting, and I'm hoping to bring you a few of my own proposals. So there you go.
There might be a limit to how many you can bring. Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on January 8th, Horace Construction had a Academy Scholarship event at Ecker College. Several scholarships were awarded to students on site, so congratulations to that company, specifically in the areas of engineering and things like that. So I was excited about that. On January 9th, Northside Hospital celebrated 50 years of being in service, so congratulations to them. On the 12th of January, I attended the Resiliency Coalition retreat that was held at the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, just looking at those areas that need the greatest attention so that we could adjust our deliverables with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. So there will be more to come there. I attended the Skyway Lofts 2 ribbon cutting on the 13th. That was 66 affordable units. Get this, the lowest rent is $306. Income at $16,000, which is a little over $7 an hour. All the units are full, of course, and there's a waiting list. There are other units there that go for 60%, 80% AMI, but I think this is a step in the right direction for what the county is doing. We put in $3.4 million through our Penny for Pinellas funding to partner on that development. EverHealth had a men's health summit at Greater Mount Zion AME Church on the 17th. It was packed, very well attended. If you've never attended a men's health summit, it's really good. Some men don't take their health seriously. Not all, but some. I was the speaker at the Largo Women's Club to talk about Dr. Martin Luther King Day and African American history, so I really enjoyed that. And then I had the pleasure of serving as the Grand Marshal for the St. Petersburg MLK Parade. The weather ended up being pretty nice. It wasn't as cold as we thought it was going to be. Earlier that morning, as Commissioner Nowicki already shared, we attended the 40th anniversary of the St. Petersburg Metropolitan Section of the National Council of Negro Women. One of the things that we are most proud about is providing $1.5 million in college scholarships to seniors, and it was a total of 19 students that received scholarships. So today I'm going to be heading up to Tallahassee and certainly meeting with individuals to talk about what our platform is, what it is that we're asking for, and see where we can go on that and attending committee meetings. I hope I don't get in any trouble, but if so, please keep your phones on so y'all can come get me. No, I won't do that. I promise I won't do that. But I just look forward to the dialogue and conversation. Everybody knows, what the main tenets are. Property tax, property tax, property tax. So I look forward to bringing back any information that I can in those areas. Thank you very much, sir. And it was a pleasure serving as the assistant to Commissioner LaValla today.
You did a good job. Thank you. And travel safe, no speeding.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna try not to.
I wanted to give my well wishes to Chair Eggers, who is a little under the weather today. Tomorrow, we have our first TDC meeting that I will be participating in. Recently, we had a YAC toured St. Pete Clearwater Airport. I wanted to thank Michelle Roth, from the airport, who facilitated the tour. Yesterday, I attended the Clearwater MLK breakfast in North Greenwood, which was a lot of fun. January 6th, I attended the Governor DeSantis and Rep. Luna press conference in Clearwater on stock trading in Congress. And I can take it off my bucket list. On Friday, I took photos with Gucci at Coachman Park with Chair Eggers.
And he was so cute.
Yeah.
He was, come on.
There's proof there on the screen.
And look at the smile on your face, how much you loved it.
Yeah, allegedly. Yeah, and I didn't have to adopt Gucci, but I imagine Gucci's already adopted because he was a cute guy. But I believe he's 4 years old in the shelter. But thank you to Commissioner Scott for starting that program. And now I don't have to take any more dog pictures. But I wanted to close my report with a little bit bittersweet news. The Palm Pavilion, which is a staple in Clearwater Beach, was recently sold by the Hamilton family. They've owned the historic business for more than 60 years. It was built in 1926 and recognized as the oldest operating beach pavilion in Florida. The Hamiltons bought the Palm in the 1960s and were a part of transforming it into a full-scale restaurant in the mid-1990s and early 2000s. And they renovated and opened the Palm Pavilion in 1988. And I believe Sunday will be the last day that the Hamilton brothers will be operating it as a restaurant. So try to get there this week and have a grouper sandwich, because I've had many grouper sandwiches there. It is a good place, and I wanted to congratulate them on their upcoming retirement. Is there any other comments? All right, seeing none, we are adjourned.